a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All righty. How's it going, Tux?
It's going.
We missed you last week, but it was fun with Tony. We had Tony in the driver's seat. That was fun.
Yeah, I've been out of town. Yeah, it's been a good week. How about yourself? Got all the audio and stuff working?
Dude, I don't get it. It's like Groundhog Day. Every day it's like we're starting from scratch every time we do this. It's this mixer, which we've had for years. I think maybe at some point we messed up a setting. So basically what's happening is if I don't turn on echo cancellation in StreamYard, you guys hear an echo, right? And the reason you're hearing an echo is because our mixer is like routing the sound in the wrong way, where it routes it back into like the mic so you guys can hear it. It's really annoying because so basically I can't plug my headphones into the mixer. I have to plug them into like another output device on the computer for it to work, which is like, what's the point of having a mixer? Right? It's like,
that's weird.
So as soon as we get XMR Bazaar up and running, I'm selling this mixer. Somebody can buy. It'll be at a very, very cheap price. You could probably figure it out. Maybe get it to work. Maybe I'll also be hiring somebody for services to come to our studio and fix our sound. Those will be my two first XMR Bazaar posts. But yeah, man, I'm excited for XMR Bazaar too, right? Looks like we're very close.
Yeah.
I don't know if
every time I take a look, I do see it's getting a bit closer.
I didn't check this morning, but it sounded like he was ready to start having people create accounts. So maybe by next week, we'll have that going. I mean, this is what he was saying the other day. I don't know. There's always like 3 more steps though, right?
Yeah, always.
Very excited for that though. Very excited for that. Big show today. We got the usual stuff, plus we're bringing back the dev report. We got somebody that'll be joining us today doing that, Hunderhausen. Yeah. So that's super cool. He'll be coming on, and he's going to be testing out Samourai Bitcoin to Monero atomic swaps.
That's pretty cool.
Live on air. Let's hopefully we'll get that going.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
there's some big movement with atomic swap stuff happening in the Monero space, and this year's going to be big for that. And then like going into decentralized exchanges also. Atomic swaps plus dexes are going to be big in the next next year, to be honest.
Yeah, out of necessity, right? Which is the mother of invention. So Monero is being forced to move in this direction, which is a fucking great thing. And that's why it's ahead of the pack with regards to all other crypto projects, right? In terms of being ready for being completely decentralized and untethered from the centralized fiat system.
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to make people find ways around that and make it more independent than it already was. So,
I mean, I will be honest, I think atomic swaps, Bitcoin to Monero is fantastic bridge, but as a Monero person, I'd be very reluctant to trade my Monero for Bitcoin in an atomic swap. It's just because it's literally people that are looking to clean their Bitcoin. So you're getting dirty Bitcoin.
Yeah, but it's like, why not use Monero at that point?
Right? It's like, I mean, it's great that it's bringing. I love that Samourai added it, right? So people are understanding that Monero is okay, right? That Bitcoin privacy tech people are okay with Monero as a technology.
Yeah, it's starting to be accepted as the as the coin you use to wash your Bitcoin.
And then as people start doing it and they're like trading their Bitcoin for Monero, they're going to come to the realization of, why am I jumping through all these hoops? Why don't I just use Monero and stick with Monero, right? So love it for all those reasons. But as a Monero user, I'm not really looking to go trade my Monero for atomic swapped Bitcoin. Is my thinking, right? Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, no. Personally, I'm not. Unless it's a service that just like only accepts Bitcoin, maybe. That's a decent way to do it in atomic swap.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I'm probably gonna stick with Monero because it's also cheaper to transact.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk about that more in the dev report. But yeah, let's get it moving. Let's get it going.
All right, price report with Bawdy.
Yes.
Let's go.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Local Monero. Avoid using KYC exchanges. Buy and sell Monero directly for fiat, peer-to-peer.
What's up, boys?
What's going on, man?
Oh, Bawdy.
How you doing?
Good. How was the event?
It was fun. Yeah, I mean, I was only there for like the last day, but it was good. I mostly go to those things just to say hi to old friends, less so than for the talks. Monerotopia, on the other hand, bunch of smart dudes saying a bunch of stuff that that I only just barely understand. Oh crap! Let me put the cell phone on.
Wait, what event did you go to?
It was the Greater Reset. Derek Bros has been hosting it for I think 3 years.
That's
now.
awesome.
Yeah,
and that's in Mexico.
Sounds super cool.
Yeah, it was in Morelia, Mexico, which is like
cool.
kind of halfway in between Mexico City and Puerto Vallarta.
They get a good crowd. How many people show up?
I feel like there was maybe 300-400 people.
Oh wow,
yeah, that's pretty
awesome.
good.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Any Monero related conversations taking place?
Oh yeah. There's might even be a guy that can get you a Visa or a credit card, debit card, straight for Monero, for here in Mexico, of all places.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of these other cards are like they only work in the U.S. or they only work in certain countries, and like Mexico isn't one of them typically.
Right. Okay, and somebody's solved that problem.
I don't know if they've exactly solved the problem, but like they've kind of they're kind of
facilitating it
like.
to a degree.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure how formally official it is. Like I think it's all within the scope of the law, but I don't think it's like advertised in a big corporate fashion. But yeah, like a lot of people there use Monero.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I got to maybe we'll get Derek Bros to come to the next Monerotopia. That he was great at the first one. It looked like he was having a great time up on stage. I think he enjoyed it.
Yeah, he travels around quite a lot. I think I think he's still got a pretty lively schedule for next year or this year.
Bawdy, what do you think? You think it's going to work out for you? Argentina, Buenos Aires, December?
Oh, I'm definitely going to go. There's no doubt. What date in December? I'm guessing early December before Christmas.
Be the first weekend in December, and that's when La BitConf is going to be as well. So La BitConf is from that Thursday to Saturday. Really, they say Sunday, but last time they didn't do anything on a Sunday. It's just kind of like breakout, like close down day. So we're looking to do Monerotopia on the Saturday and Sunday. So kind of overlapping a little bit. And then Sundays when we'll have the marketplace going. We're really close to being able to announce something because we think we found the venue. It should be super cool. We're trying to essentially rent out an entire hotel. And then we'll have
that would be really cool.
Yeah, everybody hanging out there. We'll have the talks in there. And then it'll be juxtaposed to the marketplace, which will be outside, which is like a not our marketplace. It's a pre-existing marketplace that we'll be next to. And then the idea is getting, over the next couple of months, we'll be onboarding all the vendors at that marketplace. So by the time we do Monerotopia, everybody in the marketplace will be using Monero. So it should be cool.
The place we had in Mexico, it was cool. It was cool, but it definitely would be easier if like everyone was in like, it was like a I guess, a more proper conference. Everyone was in the same place. It makes it easier for everyone to come together and to be be there closer, and because some people are at different places in Mexico, like depending on where they stayed.
Yeah,
and
it's
everyone
gonna
had to
create
always
a
come
lot
to
of quality bonding time, right? If we have like 50 rooms rented out in a hotel, people there from, I'm thinking everybody would come and stay Thursday through Sunday. So then on like Thursday and Friday, they could go to La BitConf if they want, or maybe they want to be a speaker there as well, right? So if they're coming all the way down to us, they could go and hang out at La BitConf as well. And
So
La
you're planning
BitConf,
on running Monerotopia right as the BitConf is happening at the same time?
well, La BitConf will be on Thursday and Friday, right? So people can go to La BitConf on those days, and then we'll start on Saturday.
I see.
So it'll be a little overlap.
That's cool.
That's the current plan. I mean, we'll see. We could adjust it a little bit, but I'm excited. Thinking maybe we try to do like a hackathon too. Luke Parker had mentioned that at the last Monerotopia. He was getting all excited about that concept. And this would kind of be the perfect venue scene for that, because if it's everybody staying at a hotel for 4 days together, then people can kind of go off and work on their projects. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, that sounds cool.
I mean, I don't know what would come of it, but it could be cool, right? If people try to hack away and create some kind of little useful Monero app over the weekend.
Yeah,
it could be exciting.
I definitely plan on being there.
All right, buddy. We'll let you take it away with Price. Just want to get that information out there.
No, that's good information. Yeah, 100%. Let's see, guys. Make sure you're on if you're on YouTube, make sure you're turning to 1080p. Sometimes YouTube will downgrade you. And if you're on Twitter Spaces, get on YouTube and check out these charts. They look cool. All right, so let's go. Let's start with the Monero price. Even though there's not a whole lot to talk about here. A little bit of signs of life, signs of hope. Let's be weird and start with XMR Ethereum, which we've never done before. Okay, so XMR Ethereum kind of broke down as we had talked about. And we said we really, really need this thing to stop now and then jump back above these bands here. So normally what I'd expect is for the price to sort of encounter the lower standard deviation bands and then stop and then kind of start going back down. At this moment, it's actually gotten above them, although the bands have curled down. So, I mean, it is kind of a precarious place to be. We in terms of the ratio to Ethereum, that is not the US dollar price. So right now, I mean, we want to see a little bit more action to the upside. We really want to tag the top of this, of these orange bands right here, kind of like this area. Tagging the top of that area would actually be a really good sign that price is probably relative to Ethereum going to end up stabilizing as opposed to going down again. So not out of the woods yet. This is still like a very dangerous chart in terms of the ratio. So, but it is nice that we've had some recovery. Pretty much all of that recovery since our price is large.
Jumping in, are you changing screens right now? Because I think people are saying,
yeah, it's static.
Oh, interesting. Let me stop presenting, and let me present again and see if that fixes it.
I mean, don't get me wrong; those charts are very beautiful.
Okay, I'm sharing again.
Okay,
I'm moving stuff.
Yeah, now you're dynamic.
Excellent. Dynamic. Yes, I'm always dynamic, bro. What are you talking about?
No longer static.
Just playing. All right, so all right, we'll take a quick step back here. Monero versus Ethereum, that's the chart we're looking at here. And all these colorful lines are what I call wave magic. They are standard deviation bands. The blue lines are upper standard deviations, technically moving standard deviations, just like you have a moving average, right? The 10-day, the 50-day, the 100-day, the 1,000-day moving average. In this case, we overlay all of them, and this is what pops out. So unfortunately, YouTube doesn't quite give us the resolution to necessarily to always give us like the best, clearest view of these charts, but they look pretty good from my end. Okay, anyway, so just to recap, we said that XMR versus Ethereum had kind of dipped down and jumped back up. Typically, what I expect is to stop in this kind of point and then continue the downslide. However, and it does happen where you will just like drop below violently and then immediately come back up. So what I want to see is I would like to see price. I would like to see the Monero versus Ethereum chart get back to around this area, and then and getting around to this area here where that yellow line is, or I just drew that. That would be a sign that we'll probably end up finding a stable price to Ethereum. Whereas like we're still kind of at a precarious point where things could drop back down. especially since these orange bands are already curling down. They are slightly, I mean, they're not short term, they're not long term, they're kind of medium term. You'll notice that they've been forming for the past year, since the beginning of 2022. So that's Monero versus Ethereum. Given what I think Ethereum is going to do and how well it's actually doing on layer 2, and it's like rollups and stuff, and yes, it's all custodial, at least for now, and whether they'll actually make that non-custodial is anyone's guess. But at any rate, there's billions of dollars on that ecosystem. Ethereum actually has a layer 2 that's currently scaling. And as long as custody is okay, according to our good friends, the Bitcoin maximalists, custody is an okay solution, for layer 2. So, Ethereum's just like trouncing them. So, yeah, that's the reason that this dip and bounce happened on the Ethereum versus Monero price was because of Monero's action on the US dollar, which is basically, I mean, things crashed, probably related to that whole delisting FUD. I'm guessing half this crash was manufactured or kind of made to happen to sort of supplement oh no, they're delisting everything. And we're kind of bouncing back now, right? So this is a good sign. It's a good sign that like, hey, it's going to be difficult to get the price much lower than these very long term, well, not very long term, but somewhat long term band structures here. So and again, the big thing that happened with Ethereum was it pumped, Bitcoin pumped, right? Everything pumped with the ETF, and then Monero just like stable coined sideways the entire time, pretty much. So that's what this big dip was made of. And I'll show more throughout I'll show more throughout the presentation here, but I do think that I think it's very reasonably plausible now. I won't say it's like a high likelihood, but I think it's more likely than not that that Bitcoin and altcoins are going to make another run up here. It not like a massive run up, but I think they're just going to rebound at least close to the top side to their previous local high. So and then you can see Monero Bitcoin basically did the same thing, right? We had this kind of like V-shape price structure. Typically, what I've seen on these kinds of V-shapes, like when this happens, what I typically see is a lot of this, right? You just see sideways ranging until some decision is made by the price to decide where it wants to go. Let's see, recovering a little bit on, again, also, same kind of story, recovering again on the XMR dominance. Nice little wick down there, and then now moving up. Okay, hopefully that could be kind of a bottoming wick there. And again, that's as we talked about last week, that the head and shoulders pattern has been invalidated here. Like we can't call this a head and shoulders anymore. There was like this plausible moment where it was like almost about to confirm, and then it just went the other way, unfortunately. So, well, what are you gonna do? Sad day, sad times there. And we've got so I put this on a slightly longer time frame. We're looking at 15 minutes times 216 increments. I don't know how much that is. Maybe I could do the math real quick. 15 times 2. Crap. I hate it when I put my my number pad onto lock. So that's 30,240 minutes. Maybe this is not like the best thing to do on the show. All right, this is 504 hours of look back. So basically for the last week or so, really for the last like 2 or 3 weeks, overall, we've seen Poloniex do a lot of volume weighted divergence. I don't think I believe Poloniex volume, but maybe it's like insiders moving their Monero around. Like, I mean, that these insider guys need to do shady things, and that they need to use Monero. Like, I don't think they like just completely hate Monero. I think they need to use it from time to time. But they trade it on their own exchanges where they have agreements with each other. Like, oh yeah, we're not going to freeze your account for all the shady money laundering stuff y'all are doing or whatever. I don't know. Polo got taken over, I think, recently. Like they had I keep getting these emails. Maybe it's Bittrex. I can't remember which one. I think it's Bittrex. I think Polo is resolved, but Bittrex keeps telling me you have money and you just have to give us your personal identifying information. And I say, no, thank you. Keep the money, assholes. Unfortunately, that'll probably just end up in the government hands, but whatever. Okay. On to hopefully happier things than that. Let's not look at the macro just yet. So I redrew some of the lines on the Bitcoin chart recently. Basically tried to simplify it. The chart was too busy. It was just too noisy, too much junk going on. So effectively, kind of what you'll notice for a very long period of time, what we had is this sort of rising wedge action. And man, from what I've seen the past, let's just say 6 months or more, cryptocurrency and Bitcoin just they haven't seemed to obey very good like they don't seem to follow chart dynamics too much, or at least like pleb line chart dynamics, because a lot of these lines are pretty clear to draw. What's interesting, so we kind of had this big drop down here, and then followed up against the line. It got above it, and then now we're basically in this range. So one way I kind of think of this is like this area right here is sort of like, that's kind of like the trend, and we're basically back in that uptrend, right? We're basically back in that same trend. Or another way that you could draw this is, instead of trying to draw, connecting tops and bottoms, what you could do is just draw a center line through this all and say, okay, the current overall trend with ups and downs, peaks and valleys, the current overall trend is basically this line that I just drew. Let's highlight that. All right, that thick white line there. So effectively, like, that's Bitcoin price is just trending up, right? It's just trending up against that line. So we can also look at the total market cap. This one, so I like the total market cap chart, at least the pleb lines. I like them a little bit better. It seems to be just following this nice channel for the most part, except for this little area down here. I also like the way that it's the dynamics of total have played out on the wave magic. It's a cleaner chart. The Bitcoin chart is just much more dirty, and maybe it was a mistake to disregard the total chart for a period of time. But you'll notice, okay, so we get up here, we come, to these longer term upper standard deviation. What's funny is you'll notice that these go back a very long way. Like these standard deviation cluster that goes back for years, really. So effectively, right, it got into this range, and then you'll see that the moving average clusters is where it held support before moving up. Right now, this chart would definitely suggest, and this is another reason why I think that there's probably more upside here over the next week or so, is because, like, the wave magic on this chart is pretty clear. It does suggest getting to this sort of like target area up here. Doesn't have to be exactly that time frame, right? Maybe it's over here in April. I do tend to think that, like, there's probably reasonably good upside potential here for the next, let's just say, month or so. Obviously with ups and downs and whatnot, but effectively it looks like that, again, that long-term moving standard deviation cluster price is finding support there, and it seems like the next thing is for it to kind of bounce up here to this top side. So I don't think that this wonderful price goodness action will last forever. I think that at some point this is going to have to take a little break. I do see the signs continuing to move towards a direction of not a catastrophe, right? Not a meltdown, not a 2008, but maybe last year, March 2023, right? I do see things. The dynamics are moving to a direction where, like, they're just going to shift at some point, and probably there'll be some washout. If a real financial crisis does happen, and it happens before the election, that's probably because there's going to be some changing of the guard, right? They're gonna put Trump in instead of Biden, and that would just be special. I just don't. It's hard for me to think that Mr. Warp Speed vaccine is going to do anything different than what he did last time. Like, he had every opportunity to do the right thing the first time, so I can't imagine why anyone would think he would do the right thing the second time around. But okay, we're not here to talk politics. We're here to talk price. So we're looking at Bitcoin dominance right here. And right now you'll notice that Bitcoin dominance has basically been oscillating around the long-term moving average cluster. So right where I'm drawing that yellow line, hopefully y'all can see them, all those white lines, those cluster of white lines, kind of faint, but that's the long-term moving averages. And you'll notice that price is just basically oscillating around that moving average point. And that's kind of what moving averages are supposed to do, right? They're a magnet for price. You're supposed to basically come back down and tag those moving averages. They're supposed to act as a trend point for price. So yeah, right here we kind of had we showed that that rising wedge, and then kind of break down from that. Surprisingly, Bitcoin dominance still doing pretty good despite having broken down from that wedge. So on this kind of action, I really do. I mean, you would expect that this should come back down to test something here, right? Like, Bitcoin dominance needs to come back down to test this area, or maybe this moving average cluster. And you'll notice they're actually pretty close to the lower standard deviation clusters as well. So, but overall, like, unless we're talking about the NASDAQ or the stock market or any of, like, the majorly supported and preferenced assets or charts, typically with the standard deviation analysis, you expect to come back down and test some important critical level before making another move, which could be to the upside or the downside. Personally, I think that the downside is ultimately in the cards for Bitcoin dominance. I mean, just every narrative that they have has been shattered and crushed, and hopes and dreams and everything. And people are realizing that, and laser eyes are coming off of profile pics now, and have been for a while. So the other thing too is that we've got this dynamic. So we want to be really careful about like the dubious speculation of just overlaying previous action onto the current action. But one thing I do want to point out is that as we crossed 2020, so if you look down here, right, this vertical area, right as we crossed into 2020, you'll notice that there was kind of like a Bitcoin peak in the dominance, and then it just kind of bled out really almost for the entire year as altcoins performed pretty well, and overall the markets performed pretty well. Although we did have that financial crisis, so and then obviously the rescue of that tells people to get leverage into the higher leveraged assets and the more risky assets. So maybe unless we get some kind of crisis, and then a response, right, crisis response, then perhaps you wouldn't want to just overlay this chart. But at any rate, it does seem like last year or last cycle, during this period of time, we saw Bitcoin make a big rise, make a big move on the dominance, and then kind of peak out and then sort of come down. And even without looking at the Z-scores, you can tell that this sort of peak action right here, these three peaks right there, that is like falling momentum. So maybe I do have the Z-scores pulled up. No, I do not. Okay. So and then right now we can also look at Ethereum versus Bitcoin. I'm looking at Ethereum to be coming back into some kind of prominence. It's sort of been on the back burner for a while. All the focus has been on the Bitcoin ETF. And it's interesting. We did see very similar action with the ETF release as we did in 2021. Things moved up on the hype into it. Although it was nice of them to tell us this time that it was probably going to happen, because last time they're just like, the price smashed up, and then they're like, oh yeah, we're approving the ETFs. It's like, okay. Very few people were watching that news, but okay. Anyways, so Ethereum during the time that just happened here was not the focus. But now that ETF has been approved, remember, there's already the Ethereum Grayscale Trust. There's already the Ethereum Futures ETFs. So it just, at least I think so. I'm pretty sure on the futures ETFs for Ethereum. Don't quote me on that. I need to check. But at any rate, it does seem like Ethereum's going to be the next one. It's going to get in there. It's going to get approved. And like, it doesn't matter which way you want to come from this. Like, you can hate Ethereum all you want, but all the people that hate Ethereum are almost always like, this is the Illuminati coin, right? This is the world coin. This is the corporately approved coin. Well, okay, if it's all those things, then it's going to get approved on the ETF, right? Like, be consistent in that position. People that say those things about Ethereum. So just know that will happen, and ETH will probably get its own hype cycle. Right now, this is Ethereum versus Bitcoin. Right, it fell. And then right here, so we've got like this fall, and then now that Ethereum has kind of like established its base, it hit the very long-term support, and then it found resistance at those upper standard deviation, or sorry, lower, the upper area of the lower standard deviation bands. Man, that's a mouthful. We kind of found resistance there, and probably Ethereum will spend some time with some sideways chop and eventually come to the upside. Maybe it could do it sooner rather than later, right? It doesn't have to necessarily do it now. Like, it could definitely just rebound and start moving up. But overall, I think the bias on Ethereum versus Bitcoin is moderately to the upside, unless we get any kind of major failures. Another interesting thing you can see here is that that wick down, right? That big wick down was directly into a cluster of moving averages. So I do filtering on these charts, because if I didn't, these charts would be covered with lines. So like there would actually be moving averages and standard deviations filling all of this space, all of this blank space. But I do a filtering algorithm on it, because it presents better. It's cleaner. Because basically those are just equidistant lines in these blank areas, and they're irrelevant, right? They just clutter the chart. So this is an easier way to see where the clustering happens. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, obviously there's always a bunch of crazy shit coins to talk about in cryptocurrency, but that's the big stuff. That's the overview. Oh, you know what? I did want to do one more look at the relative prices. So, for example, total market cap. Let's start with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's total, no, just Bitcoin price versus the NASDAQ, right? BTC versus NDX, or NQ1 in this case, which is the futures, NASDAQ futures, which has longer trading hours. So right now at this moment, you would kind of think, you really would kind of expect that there's the potential for Bitcoin to come to the top side of this line here. So if anyone was paying that much attention, they would notice that this line was drawn like this. And it's okay to redraw lines. Like, don't be afraid of redrawing lines. Just don't do it haphazardly. Don't just like constantly be redrawing lines. But to me, like with these wicks, this seemed like a pretty reasonable way to draw this line for a period of time. You'll notice that the first peak happened right at where you would expect it to, and that's where we had this line drawn for a long time. But the reality is that if we really wanted to draw the most shallow version of this line that we possibly could, right, which just connects to the tippy top of that wick right there, then you'll notice this line actually comes to sort of an intersection point with the upper standard deviation band. So in reality, I would kind of be looking for the Bitcoin versus NASDAQ, right? For Bitcoin to outperform the NASDAQ for a period of time, maybe over the next, let's just say 3 to 4 months, and to try and get into this upper standard deviation cluster. That's also kind of what happened last time. Backwards. That's also what happened last time. The timelines are a little bit screwed up because this top was in 2019, right? So instead of this massive quick recovery, instead we've seen something that looks more like that, right? It's been more of a gradual movement. And personally, I kind of like that. I think it's better. I think it's better for price if it moves gradually to the upside as opposed to just shooting to the upside. Although the way that price has moved, the action for the past year has basically been like 2 days of mega pump, 2-3 days of mega pump, right? Like the pumps have all been on very short timelines, and then the rest of it is just down, stairs down, sideways. Right? Even though we have been pumping, it's been in like the most scammy way you could possibly imagine, which is just special. But anyways, that's Bitcoin versus the NASDAQ. I do think this chart would tend to suggest the opportunity for moving to the upside here. That should be the next move. And then the NASDAQ is also kind of encountering its own resistance points. So we'll look at that in a second. And then this is total market cap versus the NASDAQ. So the same deal. You'll notice it's not nearly as like pumpy. It's not pumping quite as much, right? It's not as frothy as the Bitcoin versus NASDAQ chart. So, but yeah, I mean, I also think that this chart looks a lot cleaner than the Bitcoin chart versus NASDAQ. So, and maybe that's what happens here with Bitcoin is you just get this like vacillation of movement into Bitcoin and then pump the shit coins and then go back to pumping Bitcoin, right? Just money flowing back and forth inside the casino, basically. So, yeah, this chart also would suggest the potential for moving to the upside. We've had some oscillation period here in the local standard deviation bands, right? That would be the blue bands there and the orange bands there. And by local, I mean like for the last year, right? So now things are at the top side. They've moved to the top side, I guess maybe consolidating here. But yeah, I mean, moving up to this area would definitely be a reasonable thing to expect from this chart. The chart doesn't hardcore say that like it's going to, but in terms of wave magic, right? I'm not necessarily just saying, this is just one way of analyzing it. So, but in terms of like the wave magic, you would say this is a positive looking chart. It's not like insanely positive, but it's definitely positive. So let's go to the NASDAQ and I'll show you what a very, very positive wave magic chart looks like. Maybe that one too. That's right. I was looking at this on longer time frames yesterday. This kind of wave magic chart does look pretty positive. So this is the NASDAQ versus the S&P, right? Tech stocks versus, more traditional, safer stocks, if you will. And obviously more risk, more reward. You get better returns there. And the thing is now, I think the broad investment ecosystem, whether that be plebs, finance bros, home, family offices, they all basically know now that it's a game of leverage. They basically intuit that it's a game of money printing. And so they just people just know like the stocks always go up. They're always going to get rescued. So why would you hold the S&P? Move to the NASDAQ because they're going to rescue that shit every time and it gets better gains, it gets better returns. So yeah, this chart is basically just like trending up. You'll notice that all of these bands are now moving to the upside. You'll notice like even the purple bands up here, which is where we really expect this chart to go here. This is quite a bullish scenario here for the NASDAQ relative to the S&P. In terms of the US dollar price, at this exact moment, let's look at it without wave magic to start. Yeah, we're well above the previous all-time high, right? The previous one in 2021 over here. And then after a little bit of oscillation, things have bumped up now to the higher side here. And oh, I suppose that these lines that were previously resistance will now become support, right? This line right there. Probably, I would expect to just think that this line over the long period of time, this line should just continue trending up here. I don't know if we get that kind of a washout that we talked about, some breakdown, maybe like 5-6 months from now, something like that. If and when these signals start turning towards the negative and like actually show negative, like show us downside, then okay, we'll kind of reevaluate this as a support line. But for now, that this would be a support line. All right, let's go to the wave magic on this thing. This is also like a very bullish wave magic scenario chart. So standard deviation analysis chart. So effectively, right, price came up here, oscillated, came down. Man, that was so scammy right there. Like this thing broke down and it really should have continued going at least into the moving average cluster, but it just like totally didn't do that. And I mean, I think there's clear reasons for that. I think that liquidity was borrowed immediately from the reverse repos. I think they were able to come up with the liquidity to keep pumping this market. And okay, that's what they want to do. That's the game. They're gonna pump the markets. All right. So if that's the case, what we're really looking at here is long term and with oscillation, but long term for this thing to get up to this purple band. And I mean, it could take another year or two for this thing to really warm up. The stocks always go up, but you have to remember it's a long game. Stocks are a much longer game in many ways than crypto. Although crypto has to be the long game too. And if you get caught in these big washouts, right? You get caught at 2021, you get caught in 2017, and you're going to be waiting a while, right? You have time value of money that you're losing there. You're going to be losing it for like 3 years until you finally get that shit back. So, yeah, I mean, these markets here are definitely the long game. Right now, you'll notice that price is encountering the short-term purple bands, and typically, like, price can get above them, but typically that's like a kind of a stopping point. It might be the case that stocks need to take a bit of a pullback here, maybe one last bounce to previous all-time high, and then start moving up. But ultimately, I definitely expect that our new range here looks something like that, right? The new range for stocks looks something like that, absent some kind of like crisis. So. That's currently what stocks are looking like. S&P is like basically the same story. We don't really need to look at that. Let's see. There's going to be a Federal Reserve meeting on Wednesday, or an FOMC press release. Jay Powell is going to tell us all about how wonderful they're doing and how smart they are. And I'm sure everyone will believe them. And you know what? They actually are pretty smart. So don't underestimate your enemies. They're probably going to hold rates steady. I can't see any reason why they would, actually, I don't know what the market forecast prediction is. If they do anything, they might bump rates by a tiny bit. Markets are pretty frothy, but inflation seems to be doing okay. At the same time, like their official numbers they seem like they're leveling out. So they'll have to make a decision based on that. My guess is they'll probably just hold rates where they are. So what's important is the forward-looking statements that he's going to make. That's usually, in most cases, the more important factor. Because usually people basically already know what the Fed is going to do in terms of like what they're going to do with the rates. So it's about what he says about the future, and probably things like rate cuts. People want to hear rate cut. I was almost surprised last meeting that he mentioned the conditions under which they might consider a rate cut, because even saying that like really pushes markets up and really like kind of adds fuel to the potential inflation fire. So I don't know. I just thought that was a bit weird. That was kind of irresponsible. So all the signs are starting to say now that they're ready to irresponsibly pump these markets. So maybe that's the election cycle. Maybe one thing they do before big crashes now is they pump the markets like way ahead of where the charts say they should go. They pump the markets significantly beyond where they should be. They did this in 2019 before the big crash in 2020, March 2020. So that could be what they're doing here, right? They could be pumping markets so that when they fall, it's even though it might be 30%, it's like, well, that's 30% after making a 15% gain. So it's really not that bad. We just got to know that that's what they might be doing. We'll try and stay nimble. Don't hang on every word of the Fed. You can trade those meetings. Sometimes it's fun to do that. I say, if you want to put some tiny little amount just for fun and, trade 10x leverage on some bullshit, and, make a drinking game out of it. I don't know, maybe every time that Jay Powell says inflation, you have to take a drink or take a shot, something like that. Maybe we'll organize those spaces. That would actually be kind of fun. Okay, yet I digress. Let's go to bonds. Fucking bonds. So bonds right now, the red lines here are that's the overall yield curve inversion. So negative means we are inverted. We are basically moving towards the top side. If you look at this, to me, that looks a lot like a chart that's going to move to the upside. Like, I mean, I don't know if technical analysis really works on the inversion of the yield curve, but maybe. But this definitely, you would call this a bottoming pattern. Again, long term though, right? We're talking like May before this like really starts looking maybe problematic. So in relation to bonds, and I think intimately related to bonds now are these reverse repos, still kind of ticking down for the past week. And we've got about $570 billion left in there. So we should just continue. As long as these reverse repos have funds in them, just expect that bias to be up. This is liquidity that they can draw on. So I asked myself, I feel like they were able to keep yields up here at this level. They were able to keep the short end of the curve pegged pretty close to the federal funds overnight rate. And I think part of the reason they were able to do that was because of that reverse repo facility, where you basically get the federal funds rate minus, I think it's 0.15%. You get the federal funds rate just for sticking your money in there overnight, no risk, completely liquid. You get your money back the next day if you want it. So after those reverse repos run out, I start asking myself, are they going to be able to keep this? Are they going to be able to keep this yield curve pegged to the interest rate? So anyhow, once those run out, I do wonder if this thing's just going to start dropping to the downside. So okay. Not much else here to look at. Gold flat. Nothing really happened there with gold. Let's see. Dixie's also still pretty flat. Nothing here. And this is going to be like until this thing actually moves somewhere, Dixie's going to be not much of a story for us because we basically expect the compression of the volatility to continue. We expect its oscillations to grow weaker and weaker. So that seems actually to be a common theme with a lot of charts, except for like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and stocks right now. But most everything else does seem to be kind of just in this holding pattern, and the volatility is falling off. So all of that signals the potential for some kind of macro move here coming up. The reason we're looking at this chart, so this is also the NASDAQ. Don't worry about the NASDAQ. We're just looking at the global liquidity, which is in white, and then the US liquidity, which is in green. You'll notice that the US liquidity keeps rising. I tend to think these charts play off each other. As stocks go up, you have more reason, like, hey, we have a higher stock valuation. We can take more loans, and more loans means more liquidity, right? It means more money moving into the system. And so as more money moves into the system, you can pump that into your stocks. And as the stocks go up, you can say, hey, let's use our stocks to justify taking out more loans. We can use that to back more loans. So that's what I think is going on with this chart after kind of looking at this over the course of maybe half a year, which is kind of why in a longer term sense, you've seen this oscillation of where you'll get a pump on liquidity and then you get a pump on the stocks, or first you'll get a pump on the stocks and then you'll get a pump on the liquidity situation. And it's because they play off of each other. And so this is effectively leverage, if you ask me. So yeah, I guess that's about it. Oil creeping up here, almost $80. Nothing special. Good. I don't want to see high oil prices. No one likes paying a shitload of money, an arm and a leg at the pump. So yeah, I guess there's not really. Oh, you know what else here? Balance sheet. The U.S. Federal Reserve balance sheet does looks like they've kind of they've sort of leveled off. They've stopped selling off their balance sheet. Maybe that's because they're starting to get low on those reverse repos. It is interesting to watch that as the reverse repos are starting to come up to that point where it's like, what are we going to do, guys? They stopped selling off their balance sheet. So, and that has been the case now since, I guess, just since January. So just since the beginning of the year. You'll also notice that the M2 money supply is now ticking up as well. And this is only recent as of December 1st. So we don't have the data from the last month and a half. But yeah, I mean, M2 money supply is leveled off and it looks like it's starting to move to the upside. So all of this currently spells more upside. Like it looks like upside in the short term. Maybe stocks need to take a break here, pull back just a little bit, or trend sideways for a moment. But that's probably, again, if stocks are going to stop and pull back for the past 6 months, that has been like a crypto, like that has helped cryptocurrency prices. We've seen some kind of inverse correlation, a moderate inverse correlation between stocks and crypto. So if stocks are going to take a break, crypto might actually now take a run here. So that's kind of like the big picture. Hopefully I painted a clear enough picture there why I think that there's a decent chance that crypto goes for a short-term run here over the next weeks. Not a huge run. Don't expect I mean, some coins will, but overall, maybe move back to that upside, move to the local high, maybe even beating the local high. Stocks might take a little bit of a pullback. And then and what we're looking for is the finishing off of that reverse repo situation, right? We're looking for this thing to finish dropping towards zero. And we're also looking at those bonds to see if there might be some other tail risk event coming up for us. So yeah, that's the stuff we'll be looking at. We're not out of the woods yet on tail risk type of events, but for the meantime, I wouldn't be super concerned about that. So let's see. Any questions? Should I be looking at the YouTube here? I'm so bad about that.
People are just debating whether or not it should be more Monero focused versus the extremely broad covering you do.
Yeah, I mean, I can narrow it down. I don't have to cover like so much stuff all the time. I can shorten this thing by like 10 minutes or something.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a great overview. But yeah,
there's just like, guys, if y'all have something you want me to talk about in particular in Monero, send me a chart, right? Like say, hey, what do you think about this chart? What do you think about this indicator? What do you like send me some stuff, like some real stuff like that you want to see looked at, because there's just not much. I mean, Monero has been so stable for the last, I don't know, 7-9 months. Like, what do you want me to talk about there?
Yeah. There's only so much you could say about Monero's price, right? Which is like, we don't like talking about it anyway. No,
I do have this idea to look at Kraken volumes and see if we can correlate the volume on Kraken to the transaction. And I've had this idea forever. I don't know why I haven't implemented it, but compare the volume on Kraken to the transaction counts, right? To the Monero transaction counts.
Okay.
And if there's a correlation there, then to use to like do some kind of like voodoo magic to estimate the volumes happening on Monero using Kraken as sort of a proxy.
Oh, okay, interesting. So based on transaction count to try to figure out what the dollar value of volume is that's being transacted.
Yeah, I mean, we might.
Okay.
It might have to remain a completely relative thing, or we could try and make some estimation of like how many transactions correlates to how much Kraken volume, and then we have to estimate how much Kraken volume is the total volume. But in the Monero ecosystem.
Are those two different? Like the Kraken volume is just trading volume, right? Not correlated to transactions. It's just people trading Monero back and forth on a centralized.
Yeah, that's why it would be. That's why you'd have to first correlate. So right here is the Monero volume chart, or sorry, the Monero transaction count chart. Mm-hmm. So what we would do is take the Kraken reported volume of Monero and then see if there's a correlation. If there's a correlation to transaction counts, then we could probably use Kraken volume to factor in, like to what volume we think might be happening on the Monero chain, but only if there's a correlation there. Because if there's no correlation, then you'd say, well, then it's just people trading back and forth. And it has no correlation to the real Monero. It would be interesting to look at. It might not tell us anything, but
I mean, another way is to value the black markets, right?
Yeah,
and simply,
which is also quite hard.
That by the Monero transactions.
Yeah, just let me call up all the darknet markets and ask them to send me a full reporting of their transaction state.
It's kind of hard. They should post it, right? They should post it on there.
That would be awesome. Like if some blacknet or some darknet market was like,
show the
hey,
volume.
we're going to act like a regular corporation here and give you quarterly financial reports. Like to do everything but reveal who they are. You would like follow all, like maybe not all, but like all the generally good accounting practices and be like, yeah, we're just acting like a regular company over here.
I was saying I do want to get somebody to pop in maybe once a month to give us the update on what's going on in the black markets from a Monero perspective, right?
Yeah, I never look at that. I'm not like, I don't think I really have the tools or the know-how to estimate anything that's going on there.
Well, I mean, you could see all of them are accepting Monero, mostly Monero only, right?
Yeah.
And then I guess
funny, it's always a big debate between us and maximalists. Maximalists will be like, oh, hardly anyone's using Monero. It's all still Bitcoin. Nah, they offer it, but and then we're like, no one's using Bitcoin anymore at all.
I don't know. When I go check things out and you read Dread and you go and you check out the recommended marketplaces that they all seem to be Monero based. So I don't really know. And then I see all these criticism, like people warning people like about Bitcoin. So I think it has shifted. I don't know who's still using Bitcoin on black markets. I don't understand what the mentality would be there. Like the information's out, and there's no. I mean, I get liquidity, but I don't know. Doesn't seem like it would be worth it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best decision. But are y'all going to cover so Finland's National Bureau of Investigation claims to have traced Monero? Is that on the? I didn't see the news list.
Yeah, we'll have that in the news.
Okay, cool.
I think it's an Eve Alice Eve situation.
Yeah. Poisoned outputs and such.
Yeah, I assume that's what that is. But yeah, we'll bring that up in the news if you want to jump up and comment on it.
Cool. Yeah. Well, I won't
all right, man.
Time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely stick around if you can. We're gonna try to do a BTC to XMR atomic swap.
That'll be cool.
All right, buddy.
All
right, guys.
Thanks,
talk to you later.
Resident Financial Advisor.
Tuxedo. Until next time.
Thank you, Bawdy.
All right, we doing the dev report.
Dread has a subred just on XMR. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even. Yeah, obviously, I'm sure there's one as well, but I think the Monero one is even more popular, more used. Everything I saw there was like really all Monero. I was surprised actually. I knew it was happening, but
on Dread.
Yeah, on Dread, and then if the top marketplaces that are recommended are either Monero only. I saw Monero only ones. I mean.
Yeah, it's not surprising. Yeah,
I'm not an expert.
I'm not on these.
My anecdotal, as a noob going to look at these things, that's what you see. You see Monero. That's
that's my anecdotal too, since people are talking about it a lot. But I don't actually use these darknet shops. So if there are people who are, I'd be interested in your insight into how many of these are Monero only, or
Yeah, I mean, you can go look at them. You don't need to use them. I mean, obviously, be careful where you are. I don't know, but I don't think there's anything illegal about looking.
Yeah.
When you look, it's what you see. It's Monero everywhere. All right, man. Yes. Do we have Hunderhausen, or are we gonna go?
Yep.
Okay. So then, should we do that first or Shadow Rebel? What do you think?
Time Shadow Rebel. You get a.
I know I had told.
It just depends on if he needs to leave sooner or not.
Yeah, does Shadow Rebel have time? He's giving us a thumbs up. All right, let's bring Hunderhausen on, and we will do atomic swaps.
Awesome, let's do it.
And now for the Monero development segment.
What's up?
Hey, Douglas.
How's it going, man? Thanks for doing this. This is an exciting one to start off with. Bringing back the dev report.
Yes, the first dev report from me.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Hey.
So what do you got for us today? Are we gonna do a atomic swap on Samourai?
We will try.
Okay.
I don't know about you guys, but I have never done any atomic swap, and I don't know how it even works under the hood, but yeah, let's try it. But first, let's have the dev report, and I will give you a report of what's happened in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, fantastic.
Do you have a screen you want to share?
Yes, I am going to share my screen.
A little present up.
Awesome. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay.
Awesome.
So I'm starting here on GitHub. This is my GitHub account. You can find it here. And then on the stars, I have prepared a Monero specific list with all 193 repositories with all Monero related projects. And they are all open source. Not every of them is still under active development, but yeah, that's where I follow all the things that are happening with Monero and projects around Monero.
What are some of the top active ones right now?
Yeah, for sure, the libraries for Rust, PHP, TypeScript, Java, they are all getting updates recently. And other projects are updated regularly as well, like LMDB, RandomX, and the Monero projects themselves, or even Feather Wallet was just updated. So it's really nice to see that projects are active under development.
Now, this is a list that you created, or this is?
Yes, I created this list.
Oh, fantastic!
From time to time, when I see another new project, I will add it to them.
Very cool. Very cool. We got to get XMR Bazaar up there.
Yeah. So the first project I saw is from iAnonymous3000. I saw him on Twitter, on X, and he's always talking about Monero, and now he started a project that's named Awesome Monero Guide. And it's an introduction to Monero. It's, like he says, a beginner's guide from where to download a wallet and how to create a wallet, where to get Monero, how to transact, where to stay informed, and some tips and tricks. And I think that's a really nice project, because in under 1 hour you can go through the whole guide and be almost an expert. Yeah, for beginners, it's a perfectly good starting point.
Yeah, this would be good to turn into a video or something, right?
Like a tutorial, or like
Very cool.
Absolutely, yeah. And the second project is from myself and is called Awesome Monero. It's very similar to this one, actually, and I think his project is older than mine, but I started this earlier, but I just published it. It's a list of Monero projects. Like, most of the things you'll find here are on GitHub, and they link to repositories and sometimes to websites. So
do you have Monero Nodo on there? Did we make the list on there yet, or there's nothing?
It's not on the list because it's not ready yet. I think most of the things are finalized, but not maybe here. Future development, I included also the future projects of Monero.
Awesome. This is a great list.
It's a great list. If you're a developer, you can have a look here at all the libraries for the different programming languages.
Do you have like directories too, like Monerotopia on there and stuff?
Yes, somewhere. Maybe
Merchants? Maybe under merchants.
Merchants, yeah, Monerotopia.
Yeah, nice.
Also, sometimes I only link the repository, but sometimes it makes sense to also link the website.
You should link all the Monero accepting dark markets with the onion address.
There you go.
Legal on this page.
Accepting Monero. I mean, come on.
I already have the decentralized exchanges.
Use at your own risk, but you're just stating facts.
So yeah, I think that's also a very nice addition. Okay, the next project. I don't know if you know Nevico. Have you guys heard of Nevico?
No, I have not.
Yeah, it's interesting. NEVICO stands for Nividebla Economia, which stands for invisible economy. I have no idea. It might be Esperanto. Or...
Okay. Maybe some Monero people to make things as confusing as possible. What is this?
It is a marketplace, and it's end-to-end encrypted. It's based on GPG, so public and private key cryptography, and it hides your network via the I2P network.
Oh, wow.
And it has messaging. So I think you can...
That's actually really cool.
Think of like, maybe that's like a decentralized market, like a darknet market. Or I think there was also this project Open Bazaar.
Yes.
But I think it's dead.
Yeah, I think it's being worked on again. I'm not sure what happened with Open Bazaar. That was originally a Bitcoin Cash focused thing. But I think they're trying to bring it back.
So I haven't tried this.
What does it say about? It says you can just go up, send messages, vanity base, automated.
I think this is the most interesting, because I think we have already messaging over I2P. We already have.
Yeah, it's basically an open source dark market, right?
Yes.
Very cool.
It's uncensorable. You cannot censor this market. And
now, so is this up and running? Is this live? This is fully...
I don't know. I think
there's another one that's being built. Maybe this is the one that I've heard being mentioned. It's called Net. What, isn't there a Nero? Or maybe I'm confusing that with something else.
So it seems like they have made a release last year, and yeah, maybe I can get it up running, and if it's something working, I can show it next time.
Yeah. Very cool.
So the next project is Bitcoin Cash Monero swaps, and I don't know much about this project. I haven't read.
Is that also an atomic swap?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, the video is playing. I don't know. Let's try again. Oh, no. No, the screen share has ended.
Yeah, we lost your screen share there.
Let me add it back.
There it goes.
There we go.
Not sure how old this project is. I haven't heard of it. I think there might be even 2 atomic swap projects with Bitcoin Cash.
Two different implementations of atomic swaps?
Yes.
Now, are these similar to the Bitcoin to Monero atomic swap implementations? Basically, like a same copy of them.
I would guess so, because it wouldn't make much sense to develop a own implementation or a own underlying swapping protocol, because Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin still share lots of similarities.
Do we know if this is actively being used, or not really? It's just kind of been tested.
I just stumbled about it today on my research. And I'm pretty excited for later when we try our atomic swaps, but I have already heard that it takes lots of time.
Okay.
Maybe we need like 3 hours.
Oh my god. Well, we I see Shadow Rumble getting nervous there. We could start the process and then move on with the show, and then if it completes, it completes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's due to Bitcoin's slow transactions.
Goddamn Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
10-minute blocks.
Yeah, the quality here is not the best, but I think that swap just worked.
What are you trying to bring up now? Okay.
Okay, yeah. So let's keep an eye on this project as well, and let's get to the main Monero project, so the official one. I don't have much to tell you. There was no release, but we see some activity on the master branch. And let's have a look at the pull requests, the ones that got closed. It's very technical here. I cannot tell you much, but it seems like there are some bug fixes. Nothing too much interesting here, but on the Monero website, this is the official project. I saw some merge requests that got merged. Things like the merchant page on getmonero.org, they did not remove sideshift yet, but they removed. Oh, where is it? No, it's an open one. They want to delist Binance.
Oh yes, Sideshift also dropped support for Monero quite a while ago.
Yeah, and I think we should remove Binance from this site. I don't know. I think they are still listing Monero, but I think it's not.
Who cares? Binance deserves to be gotten rid of. No one likes Binance.
Yeah, it's a good.
As we'll see later in the news, right? Where was it in Finland that they supposedly traced transactions, and I believe Binance was involved. So it's interesting. Like, so they're gonna lose their ability to do these ev attacks. It's kind of very contrary to what you think.
Yeah, one of the that's like the main way that they can attack Monero, right?
They're helping us get rid of the one attacks.
Yeah, the one main way that they can do it. What's going on?
We shouldn't make advertisements for Binance on the official site. I think it's a good idea to not recommend it, and instead add merchants like Basic Swap, DEX, which are.
Dude, next year is going to be no more centralized exchanges listed. It's just going to be DEXs listed. Hopefully.
Yeah. Let's hope. So the next project is Gupax. It's the GUI application for mining Monero. It's the most easy software to get starting with mining Monero. And they had a release yesterday, and they just updated the dependencies and fixed a bug. So if any of you listeners hasn't mined Monero ever or yet, just search for Gupax and start mining Monero today.
I haven't tried it out yet, Gupax. I'm gonna give that a go actually today.
Yeah, Gupax is cool. It's a really great, easy way to just start mining.
Super easy to just P2 pool
and
mine.
It's more optimized. It applies the MSR optimizations that Monero GUI doesn't if you give it like root permission.
Yes.
Right, and you don't have to set up the whole P2 pool miner with you running a separate chain or whatever and figuring that out. Like, it just auto does it.
No, I mean, it's still recommended to run your own full node for mining P2 pool, but it lets you do a remote node for P2 pool if you want to.
Right. That's awesome.
So, and the last project for today is Cuprate. And I don't know if you have talked about Cuprate on Monerotopia yet, but I think it's awesome. And let me show you. So Cuprate is just another implementation of the Monero protocol. So we have our Monero project, like the official one, which is written in C++. But it's always good to have a alternative Monero node that is written in some other language and maybe maintained from other developers. So we have more decentralization. So if the official one has a security bug or another bug inside of it, we still have Cuprate nodes who will be facilitating the Monero network, because with more and more different implementations, the network will get more stable. So,
just jumping in here, somebody's saying to incorporate Gupac setup in Monero Nodo. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be I think we're gonna be using our own implementation for that to just easily mine on the Nodo, plug and play, using P2 pool. So it might be a bit redundant there, but yeah, good thinking. Sorry, man. Go ahead. So this is just a new way to run a node. It's built in Rust, right?
Right.
But it's another format for running a Monero node.
Yeah. So they take the whole Monero protocol, like how should a node run? How does the node connect to other nodes? How do they find each other? How does block syncing work? Blockchains storing and communicating with the blockchain, mining, and all this stuff they are implementing in a whole another programming language, which is a huge task. It will take years, but yeah, let's follow this project. And yeah, even I just saw it now. Luke Parker is a contributor. I don't know.
Oh, and there's a Gupax guy.
Yeah.
So what is
okay.
the advantage? I guess because it's better to run things in Rust. I mean, being non-technical, what
things
are
are moving towards Rust by default because it's like memory safe. It kind of forces you to write better code, and it's memory safe as long as you don't go out like purposely ignore its memory safety functions and features.
So what other components of Monero need to be rewritten in Rust? Like, so this is going to be a way to
Monero core libraries, I believe, are what is Luke's also working on in Rust, right?
So Rust is rising in Monero development. I see this. I think we already have 2 or maybe even 3 different libraries to interact with Monero in Rust. And more projects are building on Rust because, like you said, it's safe. It's very fast, almost as fast as C or C++, which is a huge win.
That is a huge win.
The language itself is logical and not too hard to learn. Yeah. So the entry barrier is much lower than learning C++. And I think younger developers are more learning Rust more than C or C++. So I think for the
have
future,
you done any Rust yourself, Hundehausen?
I have made a tutorial. I started working on it, and I really enjoyed it, but I haven't done any further programming with it, but I think it ticks a lot of boxes for a good developer experience. Okay, so now let's try the atomic swaps.
Oh boy.
Are you guys ready?
Here we go. I'm bracing.
Yeah, let's see if we could at least start it up, spark it up.
Yep. Okay, I'll start my screen share again.
All right.
Okay, I already downloaded the Samourai swaps GUI, and I have started it. Maybe let me show you how I started it, because I had to unzip it, and then I got this folder, and then there are two another folders, bin and lib, and then this this
It's
is
a Java app.
Yeah, it's written in Java, and it's this one, and you have to right click it, open on macOS, and then you get this.
Awesome. This is gonna be good.
So, and in the Samourai wallet on my Pixel, this is my Google Pixel with Graphene OS, and it's running the latest Samourai wallet, and I have already loaded some Bitcoin onto it. And here I can go in the settings under transactions and pair to swaps GUI. And then it generates like a invitation message. I already copied that message onto my MacBook. And we're gonna paste this payload into this field. And then I will type my password here I set up on the Samourai wallet. So that's how they connect together.
Oh wait, okay, interesting. So explain that again real quick. That's so you're running your Samourai wallet, right? On your phone.
Yes, this is my phone here. I can control my phone here from the Mac.
And so from your phone, from the app on your phone, you generated a pairing code.
Yes.
Okay.
And it shows a QR code or the text I have pasted here. I guess there's a secret inside of it. That's why I'm not showing it. And now I can log in onto the swapping GUI. And I have ticked this start ASB. Not really sure what it means. I think AS is atomic swap and B, not sure. I think it has to do something with providing liquidity on the Monero side. What we are doing today is selling Bitcoin and receiving Monero. But I think if you're doing it the other way around, it might be more complicated, but not sure about that. Have you guys ever seen atomic swaps live in action?
We did test. I thought we did a while ago. I don't know. I thought we did. I haven't seen the Samourai implementation of it. So
I haven't checked out the Samourai one yet either.
You're using Commit, right? Comet, right?
Oh yes. The Comet protocol.
Right. And so we could talk about.
Oh, they are. That's cool.
Yeah.
So they've picked that back up.
Right. So they're using that. My understanding is you have to initiate it from the Bitcoin side, right?
Yes.
Bitcoin side is always the maker, right? I don't think it goes in the other direction. You can't initiate an atomic swap from the Monero side. It's my understanding, I think. Right?
So we started it, the GUI, and now we can enter a Monero address in the seller's text field. So we are not the seller. We buy Monero, but it's a little bit complicated. I am both sides. I am selling Monero. I am selling Bitcoin and receiving Monero, and receiving Bitcoin and receiving Monero
Yeah.
at the same time. So to make it more easy, let's send the Monero to the Monero general fund address.
Okay, so you're effectively trading your Bitcoin for Monero, and instead of it being sent to your own personal wallet, it's going to be sent to the Monero donation address.
So where can I find it? Is it here somewhere?
I don't know. That's a good question. Could you? There you go.
Yes.
The general fund. Awesome.
Or do I have to do it like this?
The only thing is you can't check on, right, on the wallet to see when you receive the transaction on the Monero side.
Oh, we can see it because it gets reported.
Oh, you just see the view key for it, or
yeah. But look here, it fails to connect to Whirlpool. And when it doesn't connect to Whirlpool, we cannot do swaps. It connected it earlier this morning. But
maybe TDev is censoring us. He doesn't want us using his his tool. TDev is trying to censor us again.
Okay, let's do this.
Starting flame wars, are we?
It's just too easy. The guy's the most bitter dude in crypto.
Gonna try it again.
It'd be nice to get TDev or one of the Samourai guys here, like in the comments or something.
Oh, dude, this man knows what's up using Scursby and Local Send. All the best FOSS software for Android.
Okay, so I got another secret. So this did not work. So now I have to delete a folder in my file system.
What failed? It didn't. What didn't initiate?
It didn't initiate the Whirlpool.
So it could just be like a connection issue or something, or
I don't even know why we need Whirlpool for this. You know, it's still a beta version.
Yeah, if any Samourai experts want to jump in and help out, we could go back to it.
Need the Samourai devs come on right now. Show us.
They want nothing to do with it. I tried getting them to come on the show.
Oh, really? So that it's just like a no-go. There's no way.
I don't really understand what's going on. TDev got all pissed because we had Nopara on the show.
Oh,
we should have Nopara come on and do the atomic swap using Samourai. TDev will explode. Yeah, so he got all pissed off at that, and then I was like talking about getting them on to come talk about atomic swap. They like shut down the conversation. I don't know if the other Samourai swap guy still likes us.
Weird. It would be free promotion for their atomic swap system.
Yeah, they've always I don't know, had a thing for
You're
us.
just too much of a mean and nasty person, Doug.
Yeah, I had him on the show years ago. It was very nice. It was like really great. And then it's the T-Dev guy. The other guy, they play like good cop, bad cop. There's like the lead guy, and he's kind of nice when he interacts with you. And then there's T-Dev, who's just like, he's the pit bull. I don't really get the purpose of that, but that's
have you ever done Whirlpool with Bitcoin?
I've never used Samourai. I've never messed around with Bitcoin privacy.
I remember back when I was getting into
that's the thing. I don't follow it closely either, so I didn't I know there's drama between them and Wasabi, but I didn't realize it's like so bitter and toxic. It's like crazy. I mean, I don't follow the ecosystem that closely in the Bitcoin privacy stuff.
I wanted to try it because I've never tried it, and I don't want to talk about things that I haven't tried. So I wanted to coin join some Bitcoin. I think it was 4 UTXOs or 4 outputs. And they had this reduction of the price ongoing earlier this year for, I think, 50% cutoff. So I got this voucher from Samourai.
Oh yeah, okay, go ahead.
And still, it should cost $150.
Ooh. Yeah, I remember when I was getting back into crypto privacy a couple years ago, I was going to use Whirlpool on Samourai to, air quote, clean the Bitcoin and swap it to Monero, but it was so expensive. I was like, no, this is just not gonna. I don't have this kind of money to just constantly be wasting on fees.
So yeah, see, Zach, why would you give a platform to a guy that is surveilling and censoring? So he's referring to me having Nopara on the show. So this is one of the Samourai tribesmen, one of the members of the cult. Dude, Zach, jump up on the thing. We could talk about it. So I mean, they're trying to like chill speech. I get that they don't like the guy, but I have a show about technology in the digital cash space, so why would I not allow him to come on my show and like talk about his tech?
I think one guy from X, his name is Poke KST. I'm not sure if he's the creator of Mizu Wallet or something like this, but he said the Whirlpool who didn't connect earlier was the backend being temporarily down.
Okay.
And we had a bad timing, but now it seems to be working.
Oh, okay. Great.
Okay. So we want to buy Monero. And here are some sellers for Monero. And I think we don't have enough Bitcoin.
None of us have Bitcoin to sell.
Yeah, I think I would need more Bitcoin. Oh no. But yeah, unfortunately, we cannot try it now. But we can have a first look at the user interface, which will be very different later. I saw this, they wrote about this. It will look much more easy and user-friendly later. This is just a user interface for developers.
So wait, so you can't. So where's your you posted your Bitcoin? We could see you now as a seller. No, on this list on the right. Explain to us what we're looking at here.
So these are people who are selling Monero for Bitcoin.
Okay. And so you can't be listed as somebody selling Bitcoin for Monero. There's not a.
I don't know how it works. Yeah.
Okay, so can you post Monero on the seller side? You want to do that and see if somebody takes your...
I don't know if I need this ASB automated swap backend for this. You know, I'm really a noob on all this.
It's kind of good because we're learning it all together, but maybe we give this another shot. We give this another shot. We'll move on. We'll bring Shadow Rebel up.
Yeah.
If you want to look into things as we're doing that, and then we could try to retry it.
Yes, let's try it in
if anybody
one or
in the
2
audience
weeks. Yeah.
wants to jump up, Zach, if you want to come up. Zach, Whirlpool is initializing, should work now. You have to restart app and click start ASB. You have to restart app and click start ASB in order to sell.
Yeah.
But then you have to wait till then until somebody buys. So maybe we could try to do a sell.
I mean, we could.
So,
yeah. But I think
Zach, jump up, man. Viewers on stage.
Should get the guest up.
Yeah, let's get the guest up.
All right, we run that guest segment.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Alrighty, let's get Shadow Rebel up here.
All right, can you hear me?
How's it going, man? Thank you for being patient. I hope you're
no problem.
Enjoying the show.
All right, yeah, I actually do have some things to say about the atomic swaps, but I first want to get into sort of the main thing, if you will. Yeah, so first I'll talk about what simplified privacy is, and then we can get into how it's going to help Monero. So the main thing is that I feel as though there's these large obstacles for the average person to learn privacy and what's actually involved with that. Technical things such as learning Linux or learning different virtual machines or learning how to use cryptocurrencies in the real world, de-Googling phones, all of these things, setting up servers with your own services like XMPP or cloud services. All these things, it could be overwhelming for the average person to try and learn this stuff. And even somebody who knows a lot, they may be struggling with some particular technical issue that's giving them problems. They post on the free forums, they don't get an answer. And it can be very frustrating that there's not a place to turn to when it's just open source software that's free. There's no company behind it that's selling something. So that's sort of what we're looking to do. Make it really easy for somebody to just throw $30 US dollar worth of Monero and get a quick answer to some of the technical problems that they're dealing with, as well as we have lots of free resources where people can learn these things and sort of slowly take steps to improve their own lives and self-realize technological independence.
Can you show us this product?
Yeah. All right. So yeah, Simplified Privacy is a service, a website, an educational center. We're active on a variety of different platforms such as NOSTR. And now we're also creating a new product, which is built on top of Session Messenger.
Cool.
So Session Messenger, for those of you who are not familiar, this is basically an end-to-end encrypted messenger. But what's special about it is it has a unique naming system where it has a public-private key pair. So your public key is your username. But then optionally, you can buy, we can refer to this as a domain name, where you buy this, 1 or 2 word username and then assign it to those random letters and numbers. So for example, we got the name Monero Talk, all right? And we assigned it to this particular account. So this is nothing new. What I'm saying, it has been already created by the session team. You've actually had them on the show a number of times.
I love Session. I use it.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we see the potential of this is to be used as a free speech platform for controversial speakers, as well as to actually trade Monero or distribute Monero binaries or do any kind of controversial activity under even the most heavy scrutiny. So the advantage of this over something like Tor, let's talk about Tor for a second. With a Tor Onion, the private key to that Tor Onion site is held in the server itself. So it's a life or death situation for that Onion service if their location is discovered. Because once the Onion server is discovered, whether it's the government, the adversary, the hacker, whatever, they now have control of that Onion key and they have essentially censored you. And this is why a lot of dark web sites will have the PGP keys of the owner saying, I verify or vouch for this. But the problem with that system is that they've already signed some kind of PGP thing. And so we don't know if once it's taken over by an adversary, if that's really still them. It's very easy to fake these types of things. And also PGP is complex for the average person to use. And even if they now realize that this is a fake front end, how would they even find the new site? Tor Onions don't even have a push notification thing. So this is what we're improving on. So we've created a Python script that basically works on top of Session Messenger that allows it to, first of all, function like an email list, where if I message Monero Talk, I just type Monero Talk into Session, it now adds the person to a list that I can distribute, that every time, let's say there's a new Monero Talk, or you want to talk about a node that you're selling, whatever it is, your content, you send it out, and it one by one sends these out to all the people on your list. And now we've also added two-way functionality to it. So you can have numbers, and this can be various content you want to have, like a website. So you might say, press 1 to learn about our article on Monero nodes, or press 2 to learn how to swap it, whatever it is. And it serves out this content like a website. But the advantage of using this system over something like a Tor Onion is that even if the location of this server is discovered, you can just reassign the Monero Talk username to another public key. And then it would message all of your followers again from this new public key. They would all get a push notification. And so in this sense, you're separated from physical locations by having this offline cold storage username. It essentially makes it not realistic and impossible to censor you. Even if they discover the location, even if they completely wreck everything you're doing, you just move it around. And this allows for truly uncensored free speech. But not only free speech, it also allows for trading of Monero to Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash or whatever you want to do. We are not doing this. So we're just creating open source software. But any random person on the internet can take this software, this framework, and instead have the numbers, press 1 to swap Bitcoin to Monero or whatever they want to do. Right. So it's a framework for trading Monero. It's also a framework for if somebody wants to have a premium list. So we're adding Monero billing to it. So you might say you could subscribe to the free list of Monero Talk, but we also have the premium Monero Talk. You pay like $1 worth of Monero a month. You're on the list, and you get some special content, some secret sauce. So this allows content creators, whether they're political, whether they're tech, whatever it is, they can now earn income. They can earn Monero doing self-sovereign, uncensorable content. This is all the Russell Brands of the world. We got to demonetize his videos. Well, now he's got a platform to do that. Or Glenn Beck was removed from the Apple podcast, whatever they call it, the iTunes store. All these content creators, they now can earn cryptocurrencies, Monero, completely self-sovereign.
Awesome, man. I'm just thinking here. I'm just trying to.
It opens the door to a lot of things. So we're gonna be open sourcing this. We're still fixing some of the bugs with the billing. The actual distribution of the list has been live now. We have basically like 100 people that are subscribed to. If you message simple, just the word simple on session, it adds you to the list. And so we've been running this now for over a month, getting all the bugs out. We're fixing the bugs on the billing. That's still an issue. But we're going to be ready to go soon. We're going to be open sourcing it so anybody can run it on their own. But if people want to, optionally, they can use our service to set it up. And so the advantage of that is that we have good OPSEC. We're getting cheap servers. And maybe the person isn't fully using a pure Linux stack. The person might be on Windows or something. And so then you don't want Microsoft knowing your private keys or knowing where the server is. So we help set this up for people and administrate it for people that are not in the tech field, like the influencers I just mentioned and things of that nature. And one of the advantages of going through us is we're going to be doing like a trending list. So session by itself, it's like sort of isolating, right? You're like, okay, fine. I could talk as Monero talk, but how are people going to find me? How is content going to spread and all this? So what we're going to be doing is we're going to have a trending list where content that's doing really well is moving towards the top of the pack, whether that's getting the most donations, whether that is people like sort of liking it and stuff like that. And so it will become its own ecosystem is what we're hoping.
And so these are all they're all going to start off as chat rooms.
Yeah, well, the native session client, basically what they do is if there's over 100 people in this group, it has to be a public group, which has a publicly visible IP address. So it sort of defeats the point from a censorship aspect.
Yeah.
So we're looking to get
my understanding with session, right? Like you can't have a room over X amount of people at that point. It's just.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So we're looking to move away from that and instead function like an email list where it one by one sends one-on-one messages to people. And then that makes it,
right.
It makes it so that the messages themselves are stored on all these different nodes, and it's not realistic to track or follow or censor. And so this protects the audience as well. The problem with some of these platforms, such as IPFS, is that they rely on your audience to share the content itself on Filecoin. And so this is sort of a risk. Or you have something like NOSTR. NOSTR is great. I love NOSTR, right? So we're very active on NOSTR. The problem, though, with NOSTR is that it's on the clear web, and the majority of the content is hosted on Cloudflare and the largest German provider like Hetzner, however you want to say it. But that's just 2 phone calls for the U.S. government to make to do a takedown across the majority of the nodes. So by having everything on the clear web, it's not really realistic to expect all of these people who are decentralized and can do whatever they want to choose the right servers and to pick the right people, right? That's the freedom of decentralization, is you can be an idiot and host on Cloudflare or a provider that couldn't do a takedown.
So another like stupid question, just so I can understand, like, so use cases right now, like, so if I were, what would be the difference for me effectively using something like this versus just using Proton Mail and having people sign up to an email list that I then email them versus me broadcasting them messages through this system? Like, what are the advantages there?
Right. So if you use Proton Mail, you're completely at Proton's mercy. So you're agreeing to a terms of service. And at any moment, the U.S. government can just shut that down. They can go, we don't like Monero. And so let's just stop you talking.
Yeah, but in the Proton Mail scenario, like, I mean, my understanding
right.
is...
So, right. So what if...
You know, like...
No, but all right. When you use email, you're tying all email uses a domain name, which is tied to a physical location. So you have multiple problems with that. The first is that you don't even own the domain name. You're renting it from the government, basically. They don't say it's the government, but it really is. All domain names are controlled by the government. They rent you the right to, on a yearly basis, assign it to a physical location, an IP address. So not only is the domain name censorable, but the physical location you assign it to, well, what jurisdiction is that, right? That's a physical spot that these people can stop you from doing that. On the other hand, something like Session and even NOSTR would fall into this category. It's using encryption as identity the same way that Monero does. Monero is not, a wallet is not tied to a physical location, or even Bitcoin. It's not tied to a physical spot. It's these nodes are transmitting the information that you're signing, that you're approving to verify your identity. So in the same way Session works, it works by public-private key pairs, but on top of that, you have this ability to reassign it, like I mentioned before, comparing it to Tor onion addresses. So in this sense, unlike Proton Mail, where they can just shut you down, or any email list, this basically allows for completely uncensored free speech, even under the most harsh conditions, such as a Monero ban.
All right, cool. So did you say you set one up for Monero Talk?
Yes, right now there. If you message Monero Talk, there is a demo. It doesn't have the billing in it yet because we're still trying to fix the bugs on the billing. But it has full-blown two-way conversation, so you can message it. It'll give you a menu, and you can pick from the menu what content you want to hear. And we just ripped stuff from getmonero.org. I hope you don't mind. We're having you plagiarize Monero's main website, but you can give us the content you want to have in there, and we can, after this is done, we can set it up so that you're good to go to send out to anybody who joins that list.
So if I do a new message to Monero Talk,
right? Yeah.
Okay.
We have that one, and then we have the one. The main one is just the word simple. So we have that one. There's like basically 100 people on there, and we send out content every day. People can follow as this project develops. We also talk about privacy in general, and things that people can learn and look out for. Like we talk about Tor, we talk about NOSTR, we talk about de-Googled phones, all of these types of things. And ultimately, our goal here is to set people up to be able to use this for their own purposes, right? You know, whatever kind of marketing they're doing, all the Derek Bros of the world.
Yeah. Do you want to share your screen and show it in action? Sending a message to...
Ooh, I just messaged Simple, and I got a giant bot reply about...
Yeah.
Very cool. Very nice.
Oh, wait, I messaged the Monero Talk one. I didn't get any responses here. I don't know, did I?
Yeah, I got nothing from Monero Talk, but I got a reply from Simple.
All right, I got to double check on that Monero Talk. It was working yesterday.
Just thing in action.
But try Simple. That one should be. It's one of the issues with it is that it's a game of chicken and egg, where you got to pay for more cores on a VPS, but it's like if nobody's hitting it up, you're like, oh, well, I don't want to pay.
Can you share your screen and show?
Yeah. Let me see. 1 second here.
Tux, you want to pull it up?
I would, but I don't know if there's a way to hide my my recent contacts, unless I don't want to void anybody's privacy by doing that.
Yeah, just give me 1 second here. Let me check that it's actually up.
All right. Well, that's pretty cool. And you said you didn't figure out the bill. I'm not clear on what.
All right. So the billing is people message the bot, and it goes, here's the free content, and it can do free stuff. And then if you want to join premium, so in the example of Monero Talk, it would be join Monero Talk Premium. It adds you to that free list, and then just like any social media, at a time of your choosing, you would send out content to that premium list.
And how are people paying for their premium?
Well, yeah, so it sends you a Monero address to send to, and then it's hooked up to a BTC Pay server. Awesome. And so it can evaluate if you paid or not and add it to the list.
And you're using only Monero as the currency though?
This is a balancing act, right? So Monero is my favorite. It'll always be the goal here to spread Monero. But I think just purely Monero will hinge the overall thing from adoption. So we're going to be probably doing Bitcoin Lightning as well. Maybe some others will be added, like Bitcoin Cash. A lot of the people on NOSTR will, a lot of Bitcoin maxis on there that will chew my head off if we only do Monero.
Oh, man. That's cool. Yeah, were you able to bring it up? This is interesting. Tux, what do you think? Any questions?
That's pretty cool. It's like it's like what he said. It's a decentralized emailing list.
Yeah, yeah.
And now, so what? Do you have to like make me the presenter here?
Oh yeah, just hit the present button.
Yeah, I am.
And now
you don't see my screen.
No, I don't see anything coming up to add on the stage.
Yeah, you got to select what it is. You could either select full screen or select a window. When you hit present,
it might be like the privacy settings on my browser. They're just too beasted to allow share screen.
Okay, no worries.
If you message simple or have Tux share simple.
Oh no, you don't want to show your
Tux,
you're in the room, right? So like just go into the room, right? So you.
Or it's not a room. It's just
So you just go to new chat, new message.
Yep. Type in simple, and then you. I think you might have to send a message to them first, and then they will.
Yeah, I mean it's not some amazing thing that people are gonna be visually blown away. It's a chat bot basically, and then it's adding you to a list. But the real magic of it is the reach that you're gonna get. So we have on our NOSTR thing like over 2,000 people. We have under 100 that are on that session thing, but we get far more reach and feedback from that because it's sending people a push notification that they're not going to miss, and it's not based on time the way that a normal social media is. Like with Twitter or NOSTR, things scroll off the feed, they miss it, right? This is something that's going to their inbox. People are gonna respond, but you also have to use it responsibly. If you're hitting people up 5 times a day to buy something, they're gonna unsubscribe, really. But yeah, we're looking to solve some of those problems with email in general, and overall to promote a more Agora society, which is people taking control of their own situation. We don't need the government to tell us how to do things.
Very cool, man. I'd like to get it going with the Monero Talk one. Try it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll fix that. It was only because it's running on a one core CPU.
And now, so you're saying like other use case, right? So I could send out. You have payment. So obviously you have payments built into it. So
there isn't payments right this second, but there will be. We're just fixing some of the bugs. But right now it does two-way conversational talk, and you can customize what the messages are that it's serving up.
But once you add payments, I could send out a message like buy your Monerotopia conference tickets today.
Exactly. Yes.
They would just have to send, and they would auto a quick, easy auto instant buy something.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And somebody could use the same framework. Basically, all the work is done for somebody to set up swaps. So the problem with the swaps is like, how do you find the person? How do you get the liquidity? Is it a centralized provider? Well, this now allows all of these different vendors to try and make a reputation or a name for themselves. And so getting back to the swaps we were talking about before, so you guys brought up the Bitcoin Cash swaps. And actually, one of the guys who's involved with that reached out to us, and he was telling me about how there's, in Japan, Monero's banned. So to get around that with Bitcoin Cash, they're using something called Cash Fusion. And what this does is it replicates Monero's ring CT signing, if you will, where it has random people signing in a group to hide who's the sender. Now, this is not as good as Monero at privacy, because it's not hiding as much from the nodes. It's not doing all these stealth addresses and stuff like that. But the point of this is that once you have swaps from Bitcoin Cash to Monero with multiple signers, it basically makes it impossible to stop the swapping. Because the way that they could stop swapping with just regular Bitcoin is that the government would pretend to be a swap vendor. They would go, hey, come get your Monero. Yeah, come on down. And then they would see, oh, you bought this Bitcoin on Binance. Oh, you bought this Bitcoin on Kraken. We now know you wanted that illegal Monero. Well, if you have multiple people signing these Bitcoin Cash swaps, now how do you stop the swaps? Because who knows who the hell is doing it?
Interesting. That's awesome.
So yeah, so something like that combined with this, this provides a forum for that to happen. But yeah, overall, Simplified Privacy is about teaching people how to learn the tools that are already available, and then we're creating new tools to help people.
Very cool. And you said people obviously you offer free services, but people can pay for like consulting or something. You said
right, exactly. Yeah, so we offer free guides and services, resources where people can learn things. And then if somebody has any kind of technical problem or they just want to learn about something in general, they can reach out to us on all different types of different types of messengers and get that private consultation in sort of an agora economy, if you will, just totally outside the traditional system.
So if somebody was like, hey, I'm having trouble trying to figure out how to use Bitcoin to Monero atomic swaps on Samourai.
Right. Yes, exactly. We would call them up and they would come in and
yeah, man, I'll pay you some. Let's get it going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, we do have people asking those types of things. We cannot though take custody of crypto to mix or do any kind of the illegal stuff. We don't do.
Right. You know,
we can't. We're not setting up illegal marketplaces. We're not doing anything. The whole thing with Agora and Cypherpunk and all of these sort of anti-government things, the big problem is that they always go and they do illegal stuff. They always go, oh, we're going to sell drugs. Oh, we're going to do some bad action. And the problem with that is that then the public, which accepted that drugs are illegal to begin with, is against you. So the average Joe in their 9-to-5 life goes, oh, you're selling cocaine, that's bad. We want to get rid of you. But if you're doing something positive, right? If you're teaching people technology, we're doing Linux consulting, very difficult to just say, let's jail and kill these people when it's something positive. And then the better the service is, the more it's like, oh, well, hey, maybe we don't need the government to tell us what to do. Look, these guys, they're doing something positive without the regulation. So maybe it's not relevant. And that's the goal is to not do things that would be illegal with, drugs and such.
Sure. Awesome, man. I love it. Very cool. Thanks for jumping on today. Is there any other info you want to get out there?
Yeah, so people can get involved by going to simplifiedprivacy.com, as well as they can go on Session Messenger and message just the one word, simple.
Very cool. Very cool. Does anybody have any questions in the chat? Drugs are fun and all, but I want a market where I can
yes.
keep fallow and do. Yeah.
Yo, that's Max, brother.
That is XMR Bazaar in the making.
Right. Yeah. We want to move away from a system where Monero is just this isolated thing, and the only use case for it is the illegal markets, and even just holding it is some kind of stigma. And instead, it should be something that's used for regular transactions, as the person in this chat points out, buying milk, and just it doesn't have to be this super shady thing. We all want privacy in our lives for whatever purpose.
I don't know if you heard us talking about XMR Bazaar, but we hope to be launching it soon. And that's, it's going to be, it's not a decentralized marketplace. So it's not censorship resistant in any way, but it's going to be a, clear market, but on Monero based only, peer-to-peer with Monero multisig built into it.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's going to be monitored in terms of things will have to be legal. Right. But, other than that, it's two people that will be able to, come together in Agora style and trade whatever they want to trade for Monero, right?
This is just physical goods?
No, physical goods, services.
All right, yeah. There you go.
Digital goods as well. Just trying to bring the population of people that want to opt out and use Monero together, and then just give them the platform, to do it and to interact, whether selling goods or services.
So you're going to be arbitrating these, disputes to side with one or the other?
Yeah, exactly. For when they, when people want to use the Monero multisig feature, then there would be a mediator that would arbitrate.
Yeah, it's non-custodial since it's multisig. And we'll probably have an option for other people to become mediators in the future. So then they can get paid for being a mediator based on the fee they get. So you have the plan is that you'll have an option of mediators you could choose from, and each one has their own rating and such.
Right.
So there's a large amount available, so we don't have two people doing all of it.
And then obviously also people they won't be using multisig, right? If they see there's a trusted vendor, they've done transactions with them in the past, they've already bought raw milk off of them 3 times.
There's no point. Yeah,
peer to peer and making a transaction and trusting that the person's going to deliver the goods, right? So I'm hoping that becomes a large part of it, right? So the multisig is there for that initial, large transaction. I don't trust the vendor. And then there's also just going to be this natural development of people starting to trust vendors who build up, a resume of successful transactions and, positive past history.
Right. Understood.
Being multisig, right? If you go on the raw milk vendor website and he's got 5 stars and 100 transactions in the past, you'll probably just order your raw milk. You're not going to multisig it,
Right. Understood. Yeah. And is it going to be a web browser or what is the client? You know, because
be a web browser.
Okay. Yeah. Ultimately, though, you'd want to have people downloading some kind of software because otherwise, you know, if it's in a web browser, they don't know that they don't actually have full custody there, right?
Full custody in terms of their Monero?
Yeah. If it's in a web browser, you don't have full custody of the coins because it's in a web browser.
The wallet's generated locally on your device. It's
Right.
generated in the browser, but locally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like how ProtonMail works. When it creates your account, it generates those keys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we could debate whether or not that's
it's
legit.
It's still web code that you're pulling down. So
Yeah.
you can make the argument that it was modified. It's not the same code. That's a fair argument, but this is just how it is for now. We were leaning towards it being more.
Yeah, but we're balancing usability with.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's that you need a budget, right? You need to pay all these devs to make a Linux client, a Windows and Mac.
Yeah, that
and
takes
all
a
this
lot
stuff.
of time and money.
And it's not even that too. I mean, it's also we want this is for like we're saying, right? Monero, it doesn't have to be all about black markets or this, right? Like, so this is
right. Yeah. It's not like $1 million transaction.
Right.
It's some raw milk.
Towards the usability side of things, right? While trying to maintain decentralization to a degree, right? In terms of that, it's going to be trustless multisig, but you don't have to download a client, download software. Any Joe Schmo can go to the website and create an account and start using it, right?
Right.
But yeah, it's not trying to be a hardcore marketplace that can't be shut down. But it's going to work pretty well in terms of, your Monero is your Monero. As Tux was explaining, the Monero isn't being held on any centralized server anywhere where your keys aren't being held on a centralized server. The transaction's not going through us in any way. So it's truly peer-to-peer in that sense.
Right. Yeah, it's great stuff. We'll be the very first vendors doing tech on there.
Oh, awesome, man. Fantastic.
Very excited.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much. Stick around if you can. I guess we'll have people come up on stage. I guess we got news too. Oh my God, this is a marathon show. Another marathon Monerotopia. These shows are out of hand. So we're at 2 hours. Yeah, we typically, I guess, do 3 hours these days. Tux, you want to go to news?
Yeah, let's do it. Thanks for coming up, Shadow Rebel.
Yes, stick around if you can, Shadow Rebel. Thank you so much.
All right, let's run that news segment. Do we have Tony?
That's a good question. Yeah, wait, that's Tony, right?
Oh no, yeah, he's there. Never mind. Yeah, let's run that segment.
And now for our weekly news segment.
Hey everybody, happy weekend. Hey.
Happy weekend, man.
Happy weekend. Do you guys want to do the viewers on stage and news in the same time?
Sure.
It's up to you.
All right. Yeah. Let's do it. I'll run the viewer segment now.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
Come on
down. All right, guys. Let me know if you want to come up on stage, if you're currently sitting in the backstage. We got Shortwave Surfer and AKN on.
Okay, so we have 42 people watching on StreamYard.
Put the link in the chat.
Like and share. Like and share the video.
I hope that Zach guy jumps up. Is this is a new headset? Do I sound all right?
Yeah, you sound good, man.
Okay. Yeah, man. You're still in Puerto Rico, huh? Chilling?
No, actually, I am now in Washington.
Oh.
But if Zach is still watching the show, you really should come up here. I have so many questions. But
yeah, they were attacking you on Twitter as well last game. I saw. Did you see that?
I don't think they understand how thick the skin actually is. Like it should be Alaskan pachyderm instead of Alaskanon, so they don't have to worry about offending me.
I don't know why they brought you into the convo. That was pretty funny. They just started like.
Well, the thing is like I could give two shits about like a bunch of like bickering back and forth on some Fed coin like Bitcoin, right? But I was just curious, like there was all of these accusations being thrown around, and I was just like, hey, can somebody actually show me like how you know these things so I can know them? Right? Like I just started calling people out. I was like, hey, how do you actually know that this guy's surveilling you? Or how do you actually know that this, and I just started like actually asking them, what's the deal? Right? So none of them brought the receipts. I waited, right? I waited to see if they were going to bring the receipts. Nobody could show me that these people were like adding spyware to their code. Nobody could show me that they were actually like taking money from the CIA or what. It was just a whole bunch of different people that, you know, all of the paranoia crowd were saying were just like these horrible people. And I just asked for proof and nobody had it.
I didn't even see that take place on Twitter. So that you're referring to Wasabi, right? And you're asking them to show you the proof. Well,
that was one example. It's basically, so I was on vacation, as you know, still am. And I decided like I was going to go all in on trying to, you know, all of those Twitter beefs and everything that people always talk about. Like I wanted to know what proof any of these people had. And I am noticing more and more that the people who talked the loudest had nothing to show for it, right? They had no evidence whatsoever of like, or I mean, maybe they do, but they're not showing me. That's the problem, right? Because I'm just supposed to take their word for it that, okay, this guy who is willing to come up on a show and, you know, make his case, like like he didn't give me any reason to doubt what he was saying. But these people who said, oh my God, Doug is basically Satan's baby with the Antichrist after he, you know, seeded from Moloch or whatever, because he let a guy talk on a show. Okay, it's like, okay, yeah. So this guy allowed somebody to talk on a show, but then he asked somebody else to talk on a show who won't show up. And the reasoning behind it is because what exactly? Like and that's what I'm struggling with. And I mean, Zach, everything that he said in chat was very interesting to me, right? Yeah. But it's like, okay, where are the Samourai crowd getting this idea that Wasabi has all of this naughty stuff going on? Now, I don't use either one of them because I'm actually over here in Freedom Land using Monero and like trading value for actual digital cash. Right. So all of you Bitcoin guys can enjoy your soap opera and I'll stand here and laugh for a little while. But like, it's, you know, I wish you all well, but could you please bring me some receipts so I can actually see whether or not anything you're telling me is true? That would be amazing.
And honestly, I don't know enough about it either. And I feel bad. I wish I knew more going into that interview. I knew there was drama and he's been accused of stuff. I am guilty of not doing my homework well enough to like really, you know, attack him, which I hope like anybody who's seen my show, I don't hold back. I mean, if there was something that I knew that I should ask him, I would have been more than happy to put it in his face.
Well, Doug, like, I'm not going to be your white knight, right? Because, I mean, fuck you just like everybody else, right? But I'm just saying, like, is it actually your job to be all in the know about all of the reasons why people hate somebody?
Yeah,
right? Like, or is it like, here's the platform, and I'm going to let anybody come on the stage and harass you about anything. You better be ready. Right. You know, like, I don't know what people are going to say when they get on Viewers on Stage, but this is a chance to defend yourself, or this is a chance to look like a bitch. You know, what's it going to be?
More to have anybody from the Samourai clan jump up here and tell us all that other side and explain everything. I mean,
I'll tell you this, like, for those listening in the Samourai Wallet and Ronin Dojo and all of those guys, right? I had a lot more respect for you guys before all of what I've seen in the last week and a half. Like, a lot more respect than I do now, because it speaks volumes to me that you have hours to spend spamming Twitter all day about how a guy is guilty of whatever, but not minutes to spend to bring us the evidence. And furthermore, this guy that you're making these accusations of came onto a public platform and actually added value to the conversation. Okay. Now you could say the same about like the Ronin Dojo guy was on Watchman Privacy, and he added a lot of value to that conversation and he did a good job and whatever. But like, where are these samurai purity test vigilantes when it comes to adding value to these conversations? That's what I want to know. Why do they spend so much time claiming that a guy is guilty of something and not proving it? And I mean, I know that's not what this show is about, but I think it's important for any of you guys listening. If you want to make the accusation, I need proof if I'm going to believe you. And a lot of people feel the same way. So if you want to maintain the level of respect that you have gained from all of the hard work that you guys have done with your development, with, great, you have Bitcoin, Monero, atomic swaps. That's amazing. And I'm super glad that you guys did the work. But if you want respect, you're also going to need to hold your tongue unless you have the evidence to back up your claims. Otherwise, I'm just going to see you as another, what was the name of the guy who is he did GNU, not Linus Torvald, but
Richard Stallman?
Yeah, Richard Stallman, like where he does this amazing stuff for freedom and privacy, and then he goes and shills his communism, and it's just like, dude, like, come on, man. But I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, when I had Stallman, he's worried that Monero might be used for tax evasion, right? Yeah, crazy.
I hope it is. Fuck giving the government
really?
taxes.
That's one of his concerns.
Yeah, remember I interviewed
him. He's like super pro tax. Yeah, he's super pro tax for one, and then for two. I was part of this. Yeah, like he's really like hardcore government. Remember, a lot of this stuff came from like some pretty lefty shit. And if you think about it, open source software is like really like has a lot of lefty core ideologies, right? Like it's, anti-intellectual property and all that stuff is really more of a left versus right value in the old way of thinking.
It was a very difficult interview to do for anybody who watched it. It's like he's a very difficult guy to talk to.
By the way, that's how I heard of Monero Talk. So that one probably got you a lot of people.
It did. But yeah, let's go on with the news. And what really with this whole Samourai thing, like, yeah, guys, anybody in the Samourai community, this stage is your stage as well. Obviously, I'd love to have Samourai on a Monero Talk too. It's been years since I interviewed them, so just keep the channels open, guys. You could attack me all you want, whatever, that's fine. But at the same, just interact with us. Let's get the information out there. Let's talk out in the open. Like when Seth, like 2 weeks ago, was talking about XMR to BTC atomic swaps and criticizing the fact that they're using an implementation where it may be obvious that a swap is happening. I thought that was like very valid and something worth having a conversation about. And they tried to cancel him on that as well. So that was kind of the biggest turnoff. It even really had nothing to do with me. For me,
I think the talk happened with the Samurai devs not implementing like taproot addresses.
Right.
Like they don't like the Lightning, but Taproot still gives like little bit amount of privacy if you want to use like multi-sig addresses or like scripting addresses.
Yeah, they didn't want to hear it. They didn't want to have that. They didn't want to talk about it. All right, but let's move on with the news. Otherwise, we will never get through this show. Tony, you want to take it away, and we'll try to move things along. If people have a comment that they're dying to bring up, you can.
Yeah, let's go ahead. So I'll go one by one. If you guys want to add anything, just go ahead. So Finland's National Bureau of Investigation claims to have traced Monero. So the KRP, Finnish National Bureau of Investigation, said that it successfully traced Monero transaction. The cybercriminal the KRP were after got ransoms. So this is the situation. So essentially, he got ransoms in Bitcoin. He wanted to get paid.
If somebody isn't muted, you're adding feedback. Please mute.
Yeah, everybody mute.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. So essentially, somebody wanted to get paid in Bitcoin for a ransom for some reason. Then obviously, then he knew about Monero. So took the Bitcoin into a non-KYC exchange. In that exchange, he swapped the Bitcoin to Monero. So the KRP made an information request to the exchange. What has this person done? And then that person sent us Monero to his own private wallet. And after that, he sent Moneros to Binance and again exchange them to Bitcoin.
Oh.
So, okay, to go over it again, he got paid in Bitcoin, took it to a non-KYC exchange, and he was like, okay, let me get Monero now. Took the Monero into a private wallet, and the person said, okay, let me take this Monero from the private wallet into Binance, different exchange, and then get Bitcoin again. And then pretty much Finland's National Bureau of Investigation claims that they have traced Monero, but really they just added 1 + 1 and said, okay, this amount from this exchange correlates to this amount from Binance. And that's how they traced Monero, but they claimed that it was actually, traced.
Yeah, we don't really know what, right? We don't really know. I don't know if people who's really has a deep knowledge of this, but it seems like it's either what you're saying, Tony, or perhaps an Eve attack, right?
Yep.
Where they
who produced that article? I can't see because I'm on a phone, unfortunately.
Oh, this is from it's a Finland news.
That person screwed up bad.
Yeah.
I mean, we know this weakness exists, but it's pretty hard to mess that up, right?
I struggle to believe that all of this is even authentic. I'm just saying. Like this is a tough pill to swallow that this story is even actually real.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
I think so too, because if you know about Monero, why do you want to get paid in Bitcoin? Just to go for a non-KYC exchange to get Monero and then do all these. Why?
Okay, to be fair, I've been on Dread and I've seen quite a few instances where people are like, I want to cash out and I have this Bitcoin, and it's like, no, dude, no, just no.
Yeah, so could be an Eve attack. Somebody said in the comments. Yeah, we don't know, but it's interesting.
I just point out that in Eve and the description that you just gave are fundamentally really not that different. Because I mean, you can basically look at any exchange that's KYC as a government agent, right? So it's as soon as you have an exchange on both sides of a known wallet, I mean, you've already Eve-Alice'd the guy, So
hey, they needed a story for their narrative. That's what it was.
Yeah, this is how they drive the price down, like they were trying over that time,
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's and one more thing from the article. It's funny how they said at the same time, the KRP, again, the Finnish National Bureau of Investigation, they said that it has traced a cryptocurrency that was considered untraceable. So,
and just being honest, right? We this is an indication of the need to move over to full knowledge proofs, right? Full membership proofs.
Yeah, 100%. Like this exchange from the weakness from exchange to exchange largely goes away. Largely is ameliorated with full membership proofs. So there's two things. There's two heuristics they can look at. So the key thing is that he made the transfer from Bitcoin to Monero on an exchange, so they know exactly what the amount is, and then when they sent that Monero to his wallet, they know what the real output of that spend was from their exchange to his Monero wallet. After some time, probably someone that would do this probably gave it a few hours or at best a few days, and then sent that straight to some other exchange that's also reporting to chain analysis and or is reporting to the government when they get a warrant. So they can correlate the amounts, yes, but they also have the probabilistic, the output, right? Like the exchange that shared that output with chain analysis, right, that sent him the Monero, And also the exchange that received that output says, okay, here's one of the 15 outputs, right? They can just directly tie those together, especially if you didn't do any churning. And if you didn't do any other means of obfuscating your Monero, it's very possible that he sent that same output that he received in the same ring that he sent to the secondary exchange, right? So that's like, okay, the amount is the same or very close to the same. And right, your ring 1 of 16 there includes that same output that left the exchange. Like, that's a very high probability assumption to make. Probably high enough that, you know, in court that like it would stand up. So
right.
Go ahead.
That first exchange, right? It could have also then sent additional transactions to that wallet, right? To kind of gain more insight.
Yeah, if they were really like, if it was a high target or high value target, they very well could have sent him some piconeros,
right?
To try and you know, in case, because if you're going to sweep, like if let's suppose they sent one output, let's suppose he just withdrew the entire balance from the exchange, so he's only got one output. Well, if the exchange then sends, or if they share, right, if they share that address with the Fed boys or whatever, or in this case the other guys, they could send some piconeros to your wallet that you might not notice. You might have 3 outputs sitting in that wallet, and if you're an unsophisticated actor, you're going to aggregate all those 3 outputs at the same time and send them to the next exchange when you dump the entire contents of your wallet to the next exchange. So it's like, there are mitigations for this, but if you're acting, like we say it all the time, if you're acting at this high level of a threat model, you're stupid if you're that technically competent, right, to hack into people's computers, but you're not competent enough to spend a few days learning about how Monero works. Like,
and the mitigation procedure is very straightforward, right? It's just waiting, right? And then also just like sending you know, another transaction to yourself before sending it off too.
I mean, there is a million ways that this, and then once again, like, this is why it's so hard for me to believe that this story, that we, even if it's true, that we have the full picture, because it's like, I would be very interested to know how he got the ransom situation and what the ransom was for, why it was paid, like how the feds were aware of the fact that such a ransom was paid. And then I would be very, very interested to know how, with all of those situations in play in their optimal, they just happen to have the world's dumbest hacker. You know, like, there's so many reasons why it's just really hard for me to believe. But on the flip side, what's easy to believe is that the powers that be, that have this incredible vested interest in pushing the price down at that particular moment in time, you know, people who are generating as much FUD for that particular currency as they can at that particular time, wouldn't be interested in creating such a story as this, right? And what does the headline say? Does it say, world's dumbest hacker gets caught? No, it says, oh, Monero's defeated. It's worthless now. Don't even bother buying it, because you know, that, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's so many layers to this that make me think, I don't buy it.
Yeah, it's possible that like some kind of higher level fake hack, fake you know, compromise was done. In terms of mitigations, it's definitely more than just churning. Like, at this kind of level, you have to do more than just churning. Like, you need to examine, if you were this person, you would need to examine the outputs that you actually have. You probably want to consolidate them into a transaction that goes to you, not to an exchange, because after that consolidation moment, right, you're just one output that then gets lost in the noise. You probably then want to break that output into multiple different little outputs, and then deposit those at random different exchanges, right, for different amounts. Like, I mean, hypothetically, those are some things I would think about doing if I could find. Hell, I mean, maybe use BISC, right? Like, just take the hit on that percentage and use BISC to make some more swaps. If you can find a way to.
Bawdy, I'm pretty. I mean, obviously you're a lot more technical than I, but if you just send a few transactions to yourself, I mean, how is that? Especially if you're waiting decent amount of time over the course of days, aren't all the inputs going to be pretty well mixed at that point? I mean, I don't know.
Because if you got a poisoned output attack against you and you have all these extra outputs, and you're doing, like, if you're just using the regular wallet and doing a send to self, you're not going to be quite sure if those poisoned outputs, those piconeros, are getting picked up for the transaction or not. You're not going to be sure exactly what that looks like. Like, okay, you might, and so at the end of that chain, when you send it to the exchange, you're still going to have this probabilistic association. And each time that you're adding another one of those outputs together, some of those poison outputs in a single transaction that you aggregate all of them and send to the exchange, you're adding significant levels of probabilistic or probability that was you, or right, that's the same person. Like at this level of threat modeling, you don't want to be fucking around. Like, okay, if you bought some drugs on the dark web, whatever, like they're not going to find you just because you deposited later to an exchange. But like if you are a ransomware hacker, like you have a much higher threat model, and those things might not be good enough. And at a minimum, they could raise the reasonable suspicion against you to take action, right? And you want to avoid even the reasonable suspicion. You want to get lost completely. So you've got to take all these extra measures, and it's unfortunate, but that's just like that's a major weakness of ring signatures.
All right, like we said, we need full membership proofs. And I think the other point to make here too
we
is
need full membership proofs, and we have to improve the network level privacy also. Yeah, after we have full membership proof and network level privacy, then after even getting delisted from the exchanges, the DEX and P2P markets, the network will be strong, because most of the people will use like light wallets. So yeah, it will give like more incentive to improve the privacy of Monero.
full membership proofs and being delisted from exchanges is pushing us into the direction of being more unstoppable and untraceable than ever, for sure.
Yep.
All right, keep moving with the news.
CoinEx says require mandatory ID verification for deposits and withdrawals of privacy coins. And the privacy coins are Beam, XHV, Oxendero, R, XMR, Zev, and Zeno. So if you're on CoinEx, if you want to deposit or withdraw privacy coins, you need mandatory ID verification.
Zcash shouldn't make the list there?
No, Zcash didn't make the list.
See, if I were that person, like CoinEx exchange, I would require no ID to deposit privacy coins, and then I would require ID to withdraw privacy coins so that I could just keep all their privacy coins.
That's the way to do it. Shotgun KYC.
And kind of as a way to incentivize to catch the people that use privacy coins, because you deposit, okay, they didn't ask me anything, but now all of a sudden they're asking me to verify my ID if I want to withdraw it. I can use that strategy to catch people, but just don't use centralized exchanges or exchanges in general. Just stay away. Let's play this one now.
Looks like we already have one mysuperchat.com from Fiat Demise saying, can my super chat be updated to accept crypto instead of just saying end the Fed, we should use money the state can't control or surveil like Monero? That's Fiat Demise. If there's a way of implementing like crypto as a way to do like super chats, I think that would be cool. If anyone knows a solution, hit us up.
All right. Yeah, we were talking about this last week.
Yep.
Luke Smith has been doing it for years.
Somebody just sent him that repository. I don't know if it works. I haven't tried it out myself yet, but it does require OBS.
Yeah, Tux.
So if you're not using OBS.
Yeah, I sent it to you this week too. Yeah, we're trying to figure that out. Maybe by next week we could have something up and running. Maybe we could figure something out. But yeah, it would be awesome to have what's his name now added too. What's his name again? This guy. This is
Luke.
Yeah, that Tim Pool guy.
I've been trying to get him on Monero talk for quite some time.
Yeah, that's the same guy that does with like those Tim Pool guys, those right wing guys. Yeah, I think it's very important if we get in contact with them, so it will like help to shift the overturn window. Because for Monero, it's even for any privacy coin, it's very important to shift the overturn window, because those people that technically they do not know about open source tech as well as privacy coin that much. Look, even if you look at their tech, if you observe them, they will talk about Linux, but they're basically using Windows and Mac and iPhones. So yeah, it's important for shifting the overturn window, we have to get in contact with them somehow.
Yeah, I've been trying to get in contact. I've met him at Pork
Yeah,
Fest.
Fiat Demise is the man. That's awesome that he reached out to that guy. That was pretty gangster.
Yeah, that worked out very well. But yeah, let's try to get a tip. Let's try to get a Monero super chat up and running on here. See if we can do it.
I know a few people who know him, so I could pass some messages along, try and get a hold of him.
Oh yeah, please do, man. Please do.
So I went to the Trucker Convoy website and I asked them to start accepting Monero.
Nice.
Nice. Awesome.
Any response?
No, nothing. But,
all right.
Okay. You start mentioning it, you start talking about it, and eventually, you might start getting through, right? So you just got to keep after it.
Yep. That's awesome. Let's talk about the Magic Monero Fund raising money for vtnerd. vtnerd has been developing for Monero since like 2016, so a long time. Let's go ahead and click on the link. Oops, actually no. What am I doing? Okay. So go ahead to monerofund.org and then find this donation request for vtnerd and make sure that you donate. This is pretty big. He's currently seeking to raise $28,000 to work for Q1 and Q2. It's a lot of work. And
he's working on Monero LWS. That's the light wallet server. Yeah, that's. I mean, this guy's been around for a long time. We've had him. He's been at both of the Monerotopias. Old school OG Monero dev, does a ton of work for Monero development. Usually working on like network related things. Dandelion ++ and all that stuff.
Yeah, was he not the dev who is doing like noise protocol stuff, like P2P network level, increasing the privacy of that one?
Yeah, exactly.
And he's going to put a lot of work in this project. This proposal founds 480 hours of work, so about 3 months. That's a lot of hours.
Maybe we'll get him to attend Monerotopia in Argentina as well.
Yeah.
Would be fantastic.
That'll be awesome. Okay, let's talk about Darkweb. This is something that Doug wrote on Twitter. So Darkweb is trending. If you're just learning about it, you might not be surprised to learn that Bitcoin's first use case was as the currency of the dark markets. Makes sense because it's anonymous internet money, right? Wrong, it is not. Bitcoin is actually designed to be traceable, given its transparent ledger, making it a really poor tool for making anonymous private transactions on the internet. But Monero, on the contrary, was invented a few years after Bitcoin, with improvements to make it function as untraceable digital cash. It has replaced Bitcoin as a preferred currency of dark markets. And then you mentioned Donator,
I jumped on it because I just thought it was interesting. Darkweb was trending on Twitter. It was a top trender for like 24 hours or whatever. And so I thought it was a good opportunity to try to ride the wave, ride the inertia there a little bit, and get the word out to people who are interested in Darkweb. Anecdotally, I've been seeing this too, just among the normies in my day to day. I'm hearing more people like talk about the dark web, like family member, like people are like, oh, like the dark web's a real thing. You're like, yes, it is. And like people are, for whatever reason, it is starting to trend and leach out into the normie world. And like we said, this is shifting the Overton window, right? You're watching that happen. So as normies start to realize the dark web maybe really isn't all that dark, right? It's just, you could use Tor, you could access these onion sites. It's not just about drugs and illegal activity. It's about censorship resistant free speech, people out there spreading information in a way that can't be stopped. Kind of like what the internet used to be back in the day when it first started, guys. So I think people are starting to realize that to the point where we saw it be the top trending topic. And I was just trying to use that as a moment to enlighten people about Monero as well. Why was it trending? Why was dark web trending? I'm not entirely sure. I put out another tweet because what also was trending that day was, if you scroll down, actually, Tony,
Oh, this. No.
Yeah. So why was it trending? Also trending that day was invasion, right? So if anybody's been paying attention to politics in the U.S., there's got that whole issue going on the southern border.
The southern border.
Yeah, so there's this movement that's taking place where you have U.S. citizens that are thinking they may want to kind of take things into their own hand, go help out Texas defend the border. Whether or not you agree with these things, whatever your political persuasion is, the point is there's a group of people that are looking to take political action, that are trying to coordinate. And with that there comes the need to also coordinate funding, right? So just interesting.
Yeah, it's great for Monero.
Maybe that's why we're seeing the rise in dark web searches. I tried to do a little research on X to see if that's what was popping up, and I did see some correlation there. I think it could be that, you know, this sector of people was maybe trying to figure out how they can go on the dark web and post information and kind of use it in a way to accomplish whatever it is they're trying to accomplish in terms of coordinating together, getting information out, realizing that, you know, the clear net is often censored and controlled.
Actually, the ClearNet, the thing is, if we get to shift the Overton window more, I think we will see in the future the ClearNet will change dramatically. So I think the dark net, which actually it should be the real internet. So because there is no encryption on the ClearNet, it's like a bad version. Like all the problem we are facing with IP address and the telecom industry, it all started with the Radio and Communication Act. So unless we shift the Overton window more, it will really help our movement with Monero as well as the two-way community.
I just want to state for the record that Bawdy has been on a rampage regarding both the technical and the political rants about this whole like border, civil war, dark web, all of that. Like, I got a tremendous amount of joy catching up with all the things that he had to say. And if anybody has not, you really should just scroll through the trail of blood and gore that is Bawdy's Twitter threads lately.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, I mean it's an unfortunate situation where people are they're being played onto the two problem, reaction, solution. They're being played onto the two sides. It's unfortunate because it's very predictable, and it's like that most people aren't seeing like from a clear philosophical, logical perspective here. And both sides, both the Fed boys and the state boys, have like some slightly valid points, but they just don't understand how flawed they are.
Bawdy, what's your take on this? On what we're seeing here, do you think that this dark web search trend had anything to do with what was happening down in Texas and everything I'm saying here? What is your take?
I could offer like the worst of speculative speculations, but I really don't know. I haven't. I'm not really apprised of like the uptick in the dark web, like the extra searches in dark web and whatnot. It seems plausible, like it could be. But I really wouldn't be able to say.
Yeah, the problem is that the most of the dark web is dominated by the Onion network, and there are flaws with the Onion network. Yeah, it's getting improved there is a Rust client being developed, RT. But the thing is, we generally want even the IPFS as well as the I2P or the new one, Bawdy, it's coming out. It's all Rust. I think we have to look at all of those freedom tech. Those should be mainly focused on the Rust programming languages.
I just want to add on top of what he's saying here. It's not that any of those of us who are super in favor of adding other networks other than the Tor network, we're not trying to hate on Tor. What we would like to see is a massive plethora of options that are not the ClearNet, where everything that the ClearNet can do for people can be done better on at least one of those platforms. So I2P is amazing for a lot of things. So is Tor. Tor is amazing for a lot of things, right? Or the Dandelion plus, the way that that Monero does its connection bounces. All of these things are really good at what they're designed to do. But one of the reasons why I've been so loud about the Oxen network people who are in this space are totally sleeping on the Oxen network. That, like, what it stands to be is absolutely amazing. Or they don't call it the Oxen network, but the Oxen team, they're Loki Net? Yeah, the Loki Net. What it could be is amazing. So I hope that people realize having an alternative to the Tor network for the dark web that people actually use is crucial. And I think that your guest did a really good job of highlighting some of the reasons why we need it so bad.
Yeah, and the problem with is the Onion network is that they also have the same issue like Bitcoin is having. Like it's capped with those minimum megabytes. So that's the problem. Onion network is actually very good, but you will see like deep down there is artificial restriction. So I2P doesn't have that problem, but I2P has another set of problem. Like it's fully Java client. It has to be like Rust based.
I'd point out that every additional network reduces the attack surface for each individual network. It reduces the value of attacking the Tor network when it's also simultaneously available on other networks using other platforms. The more options we have, in an odd way, it reduces the attack surface, not the other way around, because the incentive for attacking it in one area is highly diminished if it's available in another area.
Okay, let's move on. So Maxi Derangement Syndrome tweeted, it turns out the Wasabi Wallet rat that integrated chain analysis in his mixer wants to make a move to another industry if someone impress him. He's already receiving invites, such as the Monero Talk host inviting him to work on Monero.
I love that. And then,
that's great.
And then I saw another post later where somebody took a post from Dread where there's like this rumor that Nopara is going to go work for Monero, and it all came from the interview I had with him, where just in passing I said, "Would you consider working on the Monero protocol?" That's just pretty funny.
It's hilarious. I didn't even know what a maxi was.
Is great.
Yeah, why would we want not like, so they're suggesting that we shouldn't want Nopara to even like contribute code to Monero because he's so corrupted that now he's going to destroy Monero.
I love the way that they talk about Doug like he is the gatekeeper for whether or not people work on Monero. It's like Doug, like the leader of Monero, is inviting this guy. It's like, okay, bro.
Hello, good day.
Whoever's trying to join StreamYard, it's full. Sorry if it's blocking you. There's too many people in here.
Hello, good day. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, we can.
Yeah, hello. So Prancing was just saying that he does not even know or didn't know what a maximalist is. And I wanted to repeat what I said 2 shows ago. Basically, the amount of fastest machines mining Monero is roughly 10,000. And the amount of fastest machines mining Bitcoin is, let's say, 1 million. So the objective thing that Bitcoiners have to be 100 times bigger than us is that supremacy of having 100 times more hash rate. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I can see why there's a lot of animosity shown, but thank you for that.
Well, if Samourai devs can make a like Samourai swap with Monero, I think Wasabi should also do the same. I think those Cash Fusion guys, they should also do one of those. Yeah, it will like improve Monero anyway. So it's good for us anyway.
Yeah, the more the better. The more the better. But yeah, I'm not the person who decides who gets to work on Monero, guys. Just do not send your resume to me. All right, let's keep moving.
Yeah, so this one is actually from Samourai Wallet in October. They wrote, we asked our attorney to assemble an expert legal team to respond to FinCEN's proposed rules that would effectively ban Bitcoin's privacy best practices, such as not reusing addresses and CoinJoin. Last night, our letter was submitted. And just to read a little bit, they wrote, "We appreciate the opportunity to comment on docket number released by the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network on October 22nd, 2023. We are a variety of unaffiliated companies that rely on important cybersecurity safeguards and privacy-enabling software to protect our businesses and our users." It's a long response.
Yeah. So this was in response to look, if you could go to the top, I can't read anything because you're moving it all.
Oh, sorry. Which one do you want?
If you just go to the top.
This one. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're proposing the FinCEN is proposing to initiate these new regulations underneath the Patriot Act, right, where basically banks and other money service providers or anybody that's dealing with money that's considered a money transfer, like exchanges, whatnot. If these new regulations were to come to pass, these exchanges would be required to fill out reports if they know that the cryptocurrency they receive was previously mixed, quote unquote mixed, right? And this was proposed a few months ago by FinCEN, and now Samourai Wallet, along with others, got together and they submitted their arguments to FinCEN as to why basically the regulations they're looking to pass are too drastic and unnecessary, and would are basically potentially unconstitutional, all that stuff, right? Like you shouldn't be attacking privacy tools, let people use them. So interesting to see how this is all going to play out with FinCEN. And if we talked about this on the show months ago, FinCEN's the way they're defining mixing is very broad, right? So it certainly takes into account something like Samourai and the tools that they're building, and it even arguably encompasses Monero itself, right? And so anybody, if this were to come to pass, anybody that's using Monero or that swaps in from Bitcoin, or if it's somehow noticed, right? We were talking about how these BTC to XMR atomic swaps, it might be noticeable that you performed a swap, arguably, right? And now you have your Bitcoin and you send to an exchange. Exchange is like, wait, we saw that you did a swap here. Now you're on a list, and we're notifying FinCEN. So that's what this is all about. I think it's kind of funny, right? So I hate to make this like me constantly being annoyed by Samourai, but I think it's great that they did this, but I think it's kind of ironic and hypocritical, because I feel like if somebody else were to do this in the industry, they would be asking, why are you even T-Dev, right? The T-Dev, he's the most badass guy in crypto, he's the cypherpunk. He would be saying, why are you even engaging with governments and asking them for permission? Just build and don't ask for permission. So I think it's kind of funny that Samourai here is actually went in the other direction. I applaud them for doing it, and they teamed up with a lot of the company and services that they're normally trying to curse off on the internet. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, eventually, if you are in the surface web,
they teamed up.
Yeah, eventually it will be like Tornado Cash developers. Like if you are in the surface web and if you are public, they will. You have to know that they will come after you. That's why it's better. Monero, we have to shift the networks, the dark nets.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with this new proposed FinCEN regulations if it actually comes to pass. It's not going to make it's not making Monero illegal or anything, but it's saying that these exchanges, these money service providers, will now have to fill out these extra reports if they believe that their customers have previously mixed or used something like Monero.
Does anybody remember, I think it was like 4 weeks ago, Bawdy and I got into it in a good way, where we were talking about how, no, this was like 2 months ago actually, but I digress. We were talking about how there was some really strong evidence that the powers that be had literally no choice but to spend the rest of their, I guess you could call it, ammunition and exhaust tools that they had been using to suppress the price, control the flow of Monero, keep people away from the on and off ramps. Remember how we were talking about how it didn't make sense for the cabal to be making the decisions that they were making unless their hand was forced? Does everybody remember that? Who was there anyway?
Yep, I remember it.
Well, I think that, yeah, we now have much more evidence than we did at the time that was theorized, that these people are willing to throw away all of the best ammunition that they have for some unknown reason. And I would wonder if perhaps like the predictive algorithms that are available to the powers that be have them spooked about the potential value of things like Monero in some kind of revolution that they see on the horizon. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of reason to believe that they are freaked out right now. For them to just be throwing everything that they have sitting in the wings and getting people all stirred up and like saying Monero publicly. Remember how I was like, oh, they're only going to start using the word Monero or XMR when they basically don't have a choice anymore. Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. We have to, because they're intentionally avoiding even using the name of Monero in the public as well as the political sphere. So for the Monero community, it's very important. Right now, with the recent events, it will get more tough. So we have to infiltrate the other side, as make sure Monero is pretty much infiltrated in all those communities. So they will be forced to mention the name. And the more they mention the name, the more they try to make sure, like developers getting arrested and everything, the more the Overton window will shift. Because the enemies will try to get after privacy coins as well as the guns, because that's their number one target.
So one thing I noticed is that in the past, let's just say circa 2019, 2020, we actually saw Fed Boys mentioning Monero in their publications, talking about how they had significant problems. In fact, it was one of the very few coins that was actually mentioned by name. And then mysteriously, Monero started disappearing from all those publications. They started issuing reports about darknet market volumes and stuff like that was notably absent Monero. And I think that was on purpose. So in some ways, that's a bit of an indication of like the level of planning and intelligence that these guys have. They really didn't see this. They didn't understand it until really the normies kind of started seeing it and understanding it. And then they're like, oh shit, we need to stop mentioning this coin so it doesn't give it more visibility. And we're kind of in that, we're exiting that ignore them phase, and maybe we're just starting to get into the fight you phase. But they are trying to keep as covert as possible to fight this. But as they force and more and more try and force Monero to be removed from exchanges, they're going to continue to use the same cover tactics that we've seen them use, where they try not to mention Monero, but they will do it more and more as they have to.
Yeah, and another target is end-to-end encryption.
Hey, you guys want a quick update on? You want to update on
Yeah, I would love to hear how the cake pay thing resolved.
So the cake pay. So I'll summarize. 3 weeks fighting with customer support of both the card issuer and the cake pay, and really nobody's very helpful. Nobody's willing to talk about. They're pointing fingers at each other, and nobody's willing to talk about that. So I came on Monero Talk, and 5 days later, 2 days later, I had Daniel from CakePay contact me, and then by the 5th day, the full amount of Monero was returned to my wallet, and the issue is completely resolved. But I think there's two things. They need to do better with customer service, and also I think they need to do better with delineating the fact that you have to specify the difference between a gift card and a regular Visa card. Visa card is all KYC, regardless of Monero, a proper Visa card. But a Visa gift card is a gift card that's intended to go to somebody else, so it doesn't have your name, your KYC attached to it. And that wasn't well spelled out in some of the advertising. So I think the community as a whole, and certainly CakePay could work with their providers to delineate that in a more succinct fashion so people know what they're getting into. But all in all, I'm just happy that I had a decent outcome, and nothing would preclude me from doing business with CakePay again. And I'm grateful for Daniel's help and Monero Talk for bringing it to a head.
I just want to also add, I think it was Privacy Dad had questions about reasons why a person would even want to use some of these tools. And to think somebody who is that literate in the privacy space, not knowing the massive litany of reasons why such a thing would be advantageous, right? Just shows our tech is absolutely amazing and bleeding edge. And I guess marketing is like 100% Doug and Vic and their teams, right? Like we have nobody marketing the value that Monero and these related services are bringing to the table. And it just goes to show you that if somebody who is literally like one of the faces of this space, which is Privacy Dad, and another guy, our friend here, who is decently tech literate and is well aware of the need for these things, we have technology that is so ahead of the curve as far as like people getting out of the system and protecting their privacy. And people don't even know what it's for, right? Like we really need to start pivoting a little bit more of our efforts and resources into not just adoption, which is a big deal, but also just making people aware of what it does and what the need for these things are. Because we don't really have guys doing that. And I think there's a place for a lot of people who are all about Monero, but aren't devs. Oh, what can I do about it? Well, there you go, right there. Get out there and explain to people what the purpose of these tools are, right? Go out there and explain to people who are curious, but more importantly, make a friendly user guide. Make yourself available for just a little while if somebody have questions or somebody wants a live tutorial or make a YouTube video or whatever. Like people who are knowledgeable in this space are struggling to understand why some of these tools even exist.
Oh, I just want to comment on the your CakePay issue, Prancing. I'm glad it was resolved. I'm sorry if it took a while. I don't know exactly what it was, because I'm not in support. But one of the main issues I do notice is that if we're dealing with an issue with our provider, a lot of the time it's just waiting for them to respond, waiting for them to deal with their issue. So that's probably why it took a while to get it resolved. But also I'll comment on the Visa and MasterCards. Yeah, those ones, they do ask for a lot of information, and I'm not saying this officially, but you sort of can just use fake information, which is not an official Cake position. But I've done that myself.
And you should totally not do that, of course.
Yeah, no, it's like that. Don't do that.
We're here telling you that it is very important that you don't do it.
We might be.
Well, I may have made a mistake and done something that may be perceived to have done that, and that's why I kind of thought that's why the card wasn't working anywhere. So I just, I was at the stage where I just want to get my money and get out, and lesson learned kind of thing. But yeah, it's I won't do it with that particular one, but I have done it, and I'm testing. See, I'm testing all these different methods. I'm testing one that I just did from Stealth S, and it has one that's a gift card, and it asks your name, but it doesn't ask all that other KYC stuff, and the name never prints up on the card, so it's more of a gift card. So I'm more encouraged about that one. Basically, I've made it my mission to test all these things as a newbie. and just learn how to use Monero and try to make it work in the United States, you know, and we'll see how I go. And I'll try to keep some notes and maybe tabulate some of this for training materials later on.
One thing I will note is that you'll need to, whatever you're paying with, you need to obviously have the same name, but also that the card is, these virtual cards sometimes don't work with everything. There'll be some things occasionally they don't work with. But I'll definitely look into seeing if we can get something like that virtual. What'd you say? It was a Visa gift card, like a vanilla gift card that you can buy like in the store, but it was one on a website. What site was that on?
Stealth S.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll take a look because that would be great having one. And
it's all done without your email or anything. It's all done right there. It shows the blockchain accepting the Monero after you send it out of your wallet. Yeah, like you leave the web page up.
That's great.
Pretty cool. Go ahead.
All right, guys. Yeah, let's keep it moving. But as Alaskanon was saying, right, this is it's also about building out the circular economy, right? I'm waiting for the day I could just continually just push people to XMR Bazaar, because yeah, for those who don't code and are looking to figure out what they can do to help Monero, you could teach people about it, teach people about the importance of cash itself, and that cash is being eliminated, and we're going to need some replacement. And I think the other thing you can do is actively start using it, providing goods and services for it. That's like an amazing step forward, is actually building out the circular economy. That's going to be one of the easiest, most important things we can all do. I mean, we could do it now, but there's obviously other means, but I'm excited about trying to create a way to make it super user-friendly, where we could just direct people to this. You want to do something for Monero? All right, just start selling goods and services for it, or start, purchasing goods and services for it, peer to peer. That's how we win. Nothing else matters at that point. We've opted out.
Yeah, that's right. When people starting to wake up by the shift of the Overton window, because the enemies, they want to ban end-to-end encryption, they want to ban guns, they want to ban gold, they want to ban cash payments. So when you have like your software solutions such as Graphene OS, or like Linux phones, or even privacy coin Monero, or like 3D printing of guns, or even like Simplex, those chat apps, which are like highly private. So once you have those options and you direct people to those options, naturally they will just go mingle, and then the adoption will grow anyway. So I think after NOSTR, I think we should have a Monero client for the Simplex chat app, so people will just use it directly.
Awesome.
Okay, let's move on now. Let's talk about the proposed. Let's keep talking about FinCEN a little bit, and the proposed FinCEN rule to soft criminalize virtually any privacy-seeking crypto transaction. Now, this is a comment from Coin Center on the proposal of special measure regarding convertible virtual currency mixing as a class of transactions of primary money laundering concern. You can go to federalregister.gov to find the document and read the whole thing from FinCEN. Basically, the summary of this document is that they are issuing a notice.
Yeah, this is the same. This is what we were just talking about. I believe it's the same regulation, right? I believe this is the same. And this is what Samourai had responded to.
Yep.
Yeah, it's under the Patriot Act. They're proposing these new regulations where essentially they're defining what it is to mix and try to conceal your history in crypto, and mandating that money service providers provide reports if they think that that's what's taking place. It's the same.
Yep.
Same thing.
Yep. Okay. Now let's talk about U.S. elections. Are CBDCs becoming hyper-politicized? Central bank digital currencies are becoming more politicized globally, but in the U.S. they seem to be hyper-politicized. So talks about Trump, his stance on the CBDC, how he would never allow a digital dollar to in the United States. Then Biden actively working on a CBDC. And also mentioned how Ron DeSantis stopped candidating as a president, and now he's supporting Trump. But they're both against CBDCs. And it's interesting how now, when you're thinking about who you're going to vote as a president, you need to see what their stance is on the CBDC.
Yeah, that's great. Like when CBDCs are hyper politicized, I think it's great for Monero. We should encourage the political inclination of like anti-CBDC, pro-CBDC stance. So yeah, it will really help Monero.
It's going to help Monero. It's going to help people to choose who to vote to as well, because their stance on the CBDC will tell a lot about them as a future president and what they're going to
show their character, as well as the litmus test. It will help the privacy litmus test.
I just want to remind everybody that this is actually pretty traditional in these races. In fact, you can go back to Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson kept us out of the Great War, guys. He kept America out of World War I. That was like what he ran on. And then the first thing he did when he became re-elected was he dragged everybody into World War I, right? I mean, we have to remember that the idea behind political cult of personality is to try to get everybody behind a guy by saying all the right things. So when he backpedals one issue at a time, people find excuses to still like the guy, right? It's and this is one of those things about CBDCs. I mean, for one, Trump has known about them for years now because he's talked about them many times. All kinds of people have talked with him about it. And yet he claims, oh, thanks to Vivek Ramaswamy, I just heard about this. Well, if he's willing to lie about the fact that he just heard about it, right, for political clout and why he hasn't chimed in and so on, I mean, we already know that the guy is like full of it. But then on top of it, go ahead.
He'll say anything to get in, and he was a Democrat before he was a Republican, right? Everybody just needs to know that, right? So
wasn't he the same guy who did like bump stock ban? Wasn't he the same guy that did bump stock ban?
It's like outside of the politics thing, because like I think 90% of the audience is anarchist and doesn't like any of these people. But I'm just saying, well, we need to remember it is a safe assumption that these people are going to pivot. Honestly, I was blown away that Milei did even anything that he said he was going to do, right? Like I just assumed it was never going to happen, and let's just keep fixing technical problems with technical solutions, right? But there is one beautiful thing that can come out of the fact that it's being brought public, is there are all of these people and it's the same guys you would always expect, right? Which is like, the minute they come for my guns, that's when I'm gonna whatever. Or the minute that they come for my whatever, that's where I'm gonna whatever. Well, there's a lot of people saying that CBDCs are the issue that they are going to stand on as far as whether or not they are going to continue supporting their government or paying taxes or whatever. We have a beautiful opportunity to screen cap and record all of these people claiming that CBDCs are the issue, that is the hill that they are willing to die on, right? And showing them when it inevitably happens, you said this was the hill that you were willing to die on, right? And holding their feet to the fire that this is going to be the thing that they are not going to budge on. They are not going to let the government have that kind of power. But we've already also seen that, you know, when the Wu flu restrictions hit, most people they just caved. Or when the bump stock thing hit, oh well, yeah. I mean, I don't care about that Second Amendment. It was the other Second Amendments that I stand for, right? It's a chance to expose the hypocrisy of these people if we record them saying or doing. But we also need to remember that like if it's going mainstream, if they're publicly talking about it, oh, we've been working on a CBDC and now Trump is talking about it too. You know it's coming soon, so we better have our parallel economy in place, ready to roar. Get ready to beta test XMR Bazaar. Get ready to beta test all of these other things that are coming down the pike. You know, make sure that you know at least one way to atomic swap. Make sure that you know at least one way to stay in touch with your local community outside of the ClearNet chat and so on, as we always talk about. So that's
Yeah, I
my
would like
that's
to
my 2
point out
cents.
another fact. Yeah, I would like to point out another fact. Like, yeah, I think everyone over here will know that the other side, the Democratic Party or the leftists, they are like the main enemy. But yeah, even if we think like Millet, Trump, or Vivek, or even DeSantis, they are controlled opposition. It's still better to have them because it will help us shift the Overton window. Our target is to shift the Overton window. So even if they are control opposition and they will later on betray us, it's still better because we will have the screenshot that, look, we said it will happen like that. But still, it will wake up more people because the spread of idea will be there of anti-CBDC, of privacy coin, of 3D printed guns, of constitution carry, of open carry, of permitless concealed carry. I think those ideas should be there. So unless we have like, you'll see like, yeah, Republican presidency, like Trump presidency, he did bump stock ban, but on his time we had like so much constitution carry, so much permitless carry. Even many of the state have open carry. So yeah, it's still good to have that effect. Like it will help us to shift. We should always think what will help us as a movement to shift the Overton window. Yeah, they will be control opposition, like our enemies have like puppets in both parties, but still we have to look out which will help us to shift the Overton window.
Well, the right is nothing but the left going the speed limit. And as far as I just lost my train of thought. Darn it. But yeah, the right is nothing but the left going the speed limit. Oh,
Yep,
and politicians.
that's that.
You can tell when a politician is lying by when they open their mouth and talk.
I would
The
like
only-
to repeat. I would like to repeat a point. I was checking statistics today, and it got me quite worried. I had another idea, and I wasn't really realizing this. Is that in America alone there are 5,000 data centers. Then the next big thing is Germany with around 300. Hetzna is a really big one, and these are like rows of 1,400 AMD epics. So if we say that, okay, Monero has roughly 50K AMD epics on single board, single CPUs running. So my question is, aren't you guys worried that I don't understand why the IRS puts out the bounty to crack Monero. They factually just need to put one of their data centers, like 5,000 data centers, each data center just running 10 epics, and there you go. You already have 50,000. You mine empty blocks for 3 months. Monero price goes to zero, and we all get a reality check. I think this is really important to realize. I don't know.
Well, for one, I'd point out that if you have the archived chain and you see the hash rate spike like that, you have frozen in time all of the Monero up to that point, right? But then the other side to that is, of course, yeah. I mean, a lot of us are super worried about the mining potential of all of these bureaucracies.
Even worse because it has a dynamic block size. So even worse than empty blocks, it's spam-filled blocks, and it rises like after 10 hours to I don't know how many megabytes. And plus that, every John Doe is going to be running to buy a new terabyte, and that is really reality check.
I mean, this is definitely a serious concern. Arctic Mine had a really good idea about this too, and this is one of the reasons why. What's that called when you parallel process a chain that automatically mines another chain? What's the word for that again?
Merge mining.
Merge mining,
yeah. Merge mining, especially with something that has like kind of smart contracts going on or something highly complementary to Monero, would be ideal. And there's a lot of reasons why, like the mining issue with Monero. I mean, we're also talking about something that is a little bit far-fetched, right? But only in the sense that like it is still feasible, it is still possible, and if it becomes enough of a threat, then why not, right? But on the flip side, the fact that a sophisticated hacker or somebody renting server space or somebody in control of rentable server space, there's a lot of alternate ways that a person could combat that. So
well, and remember, the IRS and the NSA and the DOD and all these people need something for their black budgets. And if they're going to get rid of dollars, like physical dollars that they can carry around in a suitcase, they're going to need a digital version of that. And they're sure as hell not going to pay their bribes in Bitcoin. No way.
Yep, that's why. That's why. Even if there is a risk of that, like we could just hard fork to another algorithm, and it's business as usual. And I think
that's a good argument, Bob. I2P. That's a good argument. I wanted to give a joke. Why do Bitcoin plebs need to lower their time preference? Because they need to wait to transact.
Yeah, the thing is, like over
no,
here,
but it's
like,
true. It's serious. It's like what?
Yeah, the thing is that for like the Monero, I will tell specifically the culture. Like, if you have a culture, like not of like soft forks or like small blocks, but if you just have a culture of maximum privacy, suppose you see like there is a threat, like massive supercomputers, they are mining empty blocks. So we'll just have to hard fork to change the algo. Or if you have that same culture, then you will understand that those CIA, they need their blank budget. So they will, unless when there is like CBDCs forced down our throat, there is no amount of cash anymore. So they will start using Monero because it's the most effective currency. So yeah, there is lots of options.
I mean, and didn't also, Bitcoin face this in the early days as well? Why is Monero completely different in this regard?
The government would be better by playing by the rules and taking their data centers and mining Monero and using it legit than they would be to attack the network.
Yeah, because they will have like an extreme advantage to get more coins. So they will have to be like extremely stupid to waste their resources unnecessarily.
Right. These are 5,000 data centers, man. That's not an argument. It would be just a piece of cake. These massive data centers, you just check them on YouTube and statistics, and it's a horror.
How is this different than the early days of Bitcoin?
Because now Bitcoin is 100 times more with hash rate.
I mean, now, like Bitcoin faced this problem and somehow made it through it. Why is Monero any different in this regard?
Well, at that time it was using ASICs, and it was already past in my view. If they would have the only argument, the reasonable one, is that in the early days, if they wanted to try that, they probably saw that if they buy all the ASICs from Antminer, from Bitmain, they couldn't do it. So I guess the immaculate birth of Bitcoin at then later, 5 years later, prohibited that because the machines were too much. But now, in fact, it's scary that the machines are not too much in Monero, and this is a thing that everyone should be aware of.
Why haven't they done it already? If
I don't know.
I just theory was there with Bitcoin, right? There was a time where it could have been done with Bitcoin, and it didn't happen for whatever reason, whatever the dynamic was.
I don't know. I don't know.
And you have to look at this one. Bitcoin and
I can
Ethereum,
actually
they're
answer
currently
why it
both
hasn't
getting
happened
censored.
though. I can tell you why it hasn't happened with a pretty high degree of certainty, which is number one, that these data centers, even at their current size and scale and so on, between the amount that they have to run for upkeep for what they're already being utilized to do, on top of the fact that the technological proficiency of, I mean, so anybody who has ever, you remember mining Ethereum with GPUs and trying to build these ever more complicated mining rigs with GPUs, trying to chain together GPU after GPU after GPU. And now those are things that are literally designed to run parallel processing. You know, GPUs are so good at mining Ethereum as a cluster for the reasons that GPUs are good at what GPUs are for, right? Now, using like an endless, like a massive epic processor database. Well, here's the thing. Monero seems to have the best efficacy rate. I think, isn't it in Ryzen like 3rd gen or whatever? So there are specific processors that have a huge efficiency advantage, for one, and ARM. But then the other thing is managing the cooling, managing the technical proficiency for actually getting all of these processors to do what they're being asked to do, and then removing that talent, that hardware, that energy, and so on from what it is already being allocated for. So now think about the value of that. So you could also say, well, the people who front run the stock market for a living, right? The stock market front runner people, well, they have all of the hardware necessary for doing the same thing, right? They could easily mine empty blocks or, you know, spam blocks or whatever, but they don't. Well, why? Because what they stand to gain using those computer systems for what they're intended for, the way that they are being used now versus deploying the technical expertise to make the computer systems do what you're suggesting. For one, there's no guarantee of success. For two, they're using them now to front run the market for amazing profits. And then for three, what is the incentive of driving Monero down to zero? Only
You
for
would
a whole
short
bunch of
it
people to
before,
hard
of
fork it.
course. You would short
Well,
it before, of course. I don't
yeah,
trade,
but
but I guess
you can't exactly short Monero the way that you can front run and short the market, right? But shorting
Yeah,
Monero is
and
actually kind of tricky in large volumes, right?
and you have
I mean
to
that's what you
look
do
at the
instead of
argument.
banning it. That's what you do
Yeah,
instead of
and
banning it.
And you
That's
have to look at the
yeah.
argument, like Bitcoin and Ethereum, their majority of the blocks, they are being mined by OFAC factor. Those, they're already like censored. Like they have that ocean pool, they have that OFAC list of some addresses in both Bitcoin as well as the Ethereum. Like those, even if you tell like ASIC, like heavy intensive use of ASICs in Bitcoin, as well as intensive use of proof of stake, those both chains are like getting heavily censored. So Monero's random X strategy, as well as the culture of hard forks, it will actually give Monero more advantage instead of disadvantage. So if there is a threat, they will just hard fork it, and if there is a threat, we'll just switch the random X algo little bit. So they got wasted doing their stuff.
Those data centers are already being used for things like monitoring US phone calls, ask the NSA, or people's emails. So they can either monitor people's emails with this data center, or they can mine Monero and not monitor the emails. They have to choose. They can't do both of them because the computers can't do both. So they've got to choose what's more important to them.
Yeah, that's why Monero
that said,
needs,
it is something that we have to consider. And earlier, the dev report, Hundhausen was saying, you know, like there are alternative Monero chains and alternative programming languages being used to build the same feature set. And wouldn't it be cool if somebody came along with the idea of like merge mining both of those on top of like a smart contract chain or whatever. There are a lot of solutions available, at least theoretically, right now that we could start deploying right now.
And yeah, that's why I said for Monero, I think largely we have to infiltrate those Second Amendment communities, because once we have those, then we will have a huge reach for political space as well as the public sphere, because those gun manufacturers will need, as well as those precious metal guys, they will need to withdraw somehow their value. They have to exchange their value somehow. So when there is a ban on cash or forced implementation of digital ID or CBDC or social credit, so Monero will get a huge advantage compared to those. So it's actually very important for the group to infiltrate those other groups and advertise the Monero and its features and give them the direction that way.
All right, let's keep moving. Tony, you still there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Are you live?
Okay, let's talk about Bank of England. So we've been having England, the US, and a couple countries heavily researching and looking into CBDCs, but then they would turn around and say that we haven't made a final decision on the CBDC, and UK is one of them. So they said in response to a consultation paper on UK CBDC, the bank and HM Treasury said that they had not decided to launch a digital pound, but intended to protect access to cash, which is interesting. So they also mentioned that they intended to focus on privacy and control. And what does control mean? What do you mean? How can you put privacy and control in the same sentence? For me, it's more coming from
those are oxymorons.
Yeah, no. They said exactly what they mean. Privacy for me, control for thee.
Exactly.
You see, they're focusing on privacy and control.
Exactly. It's kind of like
privacy for the state, but control for everyone else.
Exactly. It's like the government giving you an
because they want to continue their front running, black budget as well as cartel functions.
Exactly. Yeah, it's kind of like the government giving you an apartment. You have curtains, it's enclosed, you have all kinds of security measures at the front door so nobody can get in, but they have the key, so they can get in anytime. So technically you do have privacy, but then anytime they can just go.
I believe that's called a prison, sir.
Yeah. So privacy and control. And then January 25th notice, Bank of England said no final decision has been made regarding launching a digital pound. So they're in the talks, but they want to protect access to cash. They want to give residents an additional payment choice. It's also funny how the British people refer to the digital pound as the Brit coin. I thought that was funny. So this is what this article is talking about. Are we gonna see a digital pound? Not sure. Probably yes, because they've been looking into it for a long time. Then let's
real quick. I just thought I'd point out that notice what they're doing with the language there. If you remove the word pound, so it went from pound sterling to pound to Britcoin, right? And so the idea is you're constantly separating it from the value that originally backed it linguistically. I think that's kind of interesting too.
Yep. So that it eventually, the lingo becomes that it's not backed by anything really. It's just, yeah, I agree. That's a good point actually.
And they are not even thinking those properly. In the event of a solar flare, massive solar flare, or a geopolitical event, and there is an EMP blast, most of the digital infrastructure will go down. They are not even thinking seriously about their control. They want privacy and control at the same time. They're actually not thinking those things straight. They're just showing that they're greedy and they want control so much that they cannot even consider the events. If there is a mistake or there is a mishap. They're not thinking those concepts straightly.
Nope, I agree. And so we'll see. Are they going to protect cash? We're gonna have to see that. But they also said, let's see, the BOE and the HM Treasury said they expected to launch the digital pound, referred to as Bitcoin by certain members of the public, no earlier than 2025, should they move forward with the CBDC plan. So it would be coming soon if it would. Yeah, let me show you guys the supermarket in Argentina where you can buy groceries for XMR. So
awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Let me show you. Okay, so for the people watching on YouTube, there's a picture of the supermarket. Then let's go to the video. Accept Monero, and you can purchase anything that you'd like using Monero in Monero Town. So
fantastic.
That's awesome.
Now I thought about.
We'll try to have these guys jump on maybe next week. I met this kid when I was in.
Yeah, the project Argentina as well as the American continent. That's very important. And yeah, we have to get there, because the problem with Argentina is that their gun rights are very tightly controlled. It's not like they have any Second Amendment or they even have any concept of constitution, natural rights. So yeah, we have to focus on those parts. If we can get secure United States or Canada or even Mexico or Argentina.
Actually, Canada is now out of the running. I'm just saying, Canada doesn't actually have gun rights anymore.
Yep, that's true. But yeah, if we have the culture, if we amplify the culture of gun rights and Monero, privacy coin, or even gold ownership, it will actually shift the Overton window so much in our favor.
One of the best things you can possibly do is take and sell an item for Monero for a long time. So I'm going to create a store. For example, I would create an online convenience store and sell Doritos. And my Doritos would always cost 0.07 Monero. Or not 0.0, 0.007 Monero, and that price would stay that way for a year, and then I would change it, or a month, and then I would change it. But prices can't be shifting all the time. Take a price that's lower than the spot price, say the 200-day average or something like that, and use that price for 3 months, because then you're going to stabilize the price of Monero, because there's always something you can buy for that price.
Shortwave, one of the things that fixes that problem on its own, though, is if the larger the basket of currencies, or the larger the basket of commodities that the currency that's appraising them is being measured against, the more stable it becomes. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Monero is primarily valued against the dollar right now, but it's used as a supplement for the dollar on the dark market. So you'll notice how its price in dollar terms is becoming ever more fixed, because it does such high money velocity in dollar denominated terms.
Yep, I've seen that.
Yeah, so and that was one of the reasons why earlier the hash power argument, the first time that he had mentioned how interesting it would be to use AWS servers to just mine a whole crap ton of Monero blocks and mine a whole and stop the mining of Bitcoin or something like that, to see how that affects the price, is the one variable that our price pegging and commodity pegging question, because crypto, it's the only place where this question even exists. It's such a new element in the science of tokenomics.
The thing is that the price of Monero should ideally depend on the cost, firstly, of the cost of mining a block, plus the demand. And I guess Bawdy can you explain to you further. But that if everyone is like me, putting on the machines, are you hearing me?
Yeah. That's he's saying it way better than I was trying to. Like, keep going, man.
If everyone just has the machines running and has a poster of Klaus going down on Christine, and throwing darts at it and throwing away like 50 euros per month and just mining the crap out of it, not caring about the cost. If everyone does that, then the price is primarily defined by the demand and the speculation, I guess. So, yeah.
Klaus going down on Christine is not an image I needed in my head. Thank you very much.
This man is a genius. I love it.
Yeah, and we have to look out that those Argentina conferences we will have, or even those groups like group meetups, we have to amplify the message of privacy coins, of the history of money, of the use of gold, and the lack of like gun rights. We have to display like we have to advertise.
You already made
advertisement.
ITP, you already made that point.
Yeah, you hammered that one pretty good there, bro.
Another thing is we have to make sure like the advertisement is done like for the local media groups as well as the political groups. Like we have to invite them and show them, like the current one. Actually, we have to show them the flaws, like if they want to stay in power, because the other side will one day win election, or they will try to do like coup or assassination or like whatever. So you have to make sure the culture is there of having like end-to-end encrypted apps, using darknets, using Monero, or even like encouragement of using like gun ownership. We have to just make sure those kind of talking is happening there.
So
don't stop ITP until the morale improves.
So the way you do that is you've got to change the way people think about things, because thoughts end up leading to action. So you've just got to keep pushing different thoughts for people to think differently, and then the culture will end up changing.
You have to constantly engage with the culture war and the shifting of the Overton window. Then only.
Let's just keep moving, guys. Let's keep moving.
Okay, so we have the last thing. Dalio on Bitcoin and the competition of money. It's 2 minutes, and then that'll be it.
Well, the evolution of Bitcoin over the years is one of the things that has influenced changes in my view. It has proven itself something like 10, 11 years ago. Imagine the programming of this, and you throw it out, and that's the idea. It has not been hacked. It has operated. It is built. It has come an amazing way over that 11 years to be maybe probably the most excited topic among a lot of people, and has been used and is now has obtained the status of having imputed value. At the same time, it is one of those assets that is an alternative money. I think we're entering an era where there's going to be a competition of monies. Because of the printing of fiat money and the depreciated value, there will be a competition of monies. And Bitcoin is part of that competition. But the money has two purposes: a medium of exchange and a storehold of wealth. And we are looking for, and it's portable. And it's best if it's recognized in other countries. So gold is one of those. So I look at it as an alternative gold, but I look at a number of things as alternative gold. And I think gold is still my favorite because of certain qualities. For example, you can't trace it. In Bitcoin, you can trace who owns it, where it's going, and so on. Governments can have that ability to trace it and so on. A gold piece of coin, it's not connected. I think not connected has benefits, particularly in a world where maybe connections could be more risky.
There we go, Ray Dalio.
Yep. Yeah,
gets
that's
it.
a good point.
He understands the need for untraceability.
Yep.
I have a question to you guys. This concept of Bitcoin plebs, will there ever be a Monero pleb?
Me.
I think we all already are. I don't think.
Yeah, everybody's a Monero pleb.
Everybody's also a Monero champ.
Bitcoin, they need this concept to kind of remind people what it's supposed to be about. I think Monero's kind of done a good job of maintaining that.
I think a better name is good, like Monero Warrior or like Privacy Warrior.
I think the whole concept of pleb in Bitcoin, it basically sprung up. They were like trying to be toxically ironic, you know, like agree and amplify kind of tactics. Like, oh yeah, we're just stupid. Ha ha. Yeah, we're just dumb plebs. Ha ha. And it's kind of like, it's basically their emotional, tactical, strategic way of responding to people with criticisms. Effectively, they lost it, if they ever had it. They lost or never had the ability to really properly respond to the criticisms, like the genuine technical criticisms and conversations that we tried to have with them. And so there's this kind of like emotional thing. It's like, oh, well, if I agree and amplify with it, it's actually not true because I'm like playing the emotional game. So I'm really not a pleb. I'm just pretending to be one. And I show how emotionally strong I am. Like it's a psychological game that they like fucking
It's a
play
coping
themselves. That's what
mechanism.
happened.
It's a coping mechanism.
No, the sad thing I think is that there will always be rich people, and there will always be people that are disadvantaged or have not so much. But the thing I don't like about this is that it is a protocol-based pleb. You should wait to transact. That's the joke. Like, why do Bitcoin plebs need to lower their time preference? Because they need to wait to transact. And this is the funny thing that's so insidious. I don't know if I should laugh or if I should cry.
Yeah, it's like a coping mechanism for them. And it's actually sad to see them.
Guys,
You know, let's not forget where the word. Let's not forget where pleb came from, though. You know, like let's not forget what pleb originally meant in the first place. I don't know how many people even know where the word pleb comes from, but you know, if you're coming from the position of wanting no rulers in the world, pleb is not a very derogatory thing to start calling people.
Yeah, freedom warrior is also good.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but so in addition to what we're seeing in Formosa, in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, somebody's been posting Monero adoption that's taking place in, I believe this is Lebanon. So that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's great.
In Lebanon, in the capital, in Tripoli, adding stores, adding merchants.
I
assume maybe they did like a Kuno or something. I don't even know. This is cool, super cool.
The previous presenter that was talking earlier about the session messenger and that thing that they built on top of it. The only thing I have to disagree with is that they said that you could subscribe for something, say, worth $1 worth of Monero. No, you can't subscribe for $1 worth of Monero. You can subscribe for Monero. You can subscribe for 0.006 Monero.
Yes.
We don't talk dollars in this room.
You know, the fact that these things are taking place in Argentina and Lebanon, I would imagine it's big in Venezuela. We just don't hear about it very much. Cuba. It just goes to show that places where fiat's grip was the tightest is where it failed the fastest and where Monero gained the most ground. And that ties into the thesis about how something has spooked the power brokers to throw everything they have at the technologies that we are deploying with trying to build parallel economies. Something has freaked these people out. And in one of the reasons why having these adversarial conversations about like, okay, well, what happens if they use all of their hash power to try to bring it all down at once, or what happens if they try to, having these adversarial conversations are super important. And I would point out, the Nodo project is, it's a massive, I don't ever want to detract from the fact that this must have been, moving heaven and earth to try to make it happen. And thank you, Doug, for doing that. But the Monero Nodo, if successful, would be an excellent groundwork to be laid for then trying to have fully open source firmware mining operations that are plug and play as well, where we can have a huge list of distributed sources, and you could even download the latest updates to software and firmware over networks that aren't the ClearNet, that don't come from GitHub, that would allow you to continue automatically updating your mining rig. And Nodo already mines, but I'm saying something that is dedicated toward preventing that adversarial role from being available, or and making it easy for people to tinker with it and merge mine, like we discussed earlier. Having these adversarial conversations technologically would be amazing, but that would also be a good argument for all of these people who are like, well, I have this fiat, how do I on-ramp? You could say, all right, well, go buy this, make your wallet, here's your new light wallet. This is just going to keep adding Monero because the community is now paying you for securitizing the network. So you will just be gaining Monero forever.
And you'll be spending fiat on your electricity. So you get the miner with fiat, and you pay for the mining with your fiat, so that you're trading your fiat for Monero through your power bill.
Yeah, and that's why remember the guy who came up with Monero mining by taking power when you overproduce power in your solar grid. I forget what that was called, but I have out at the yard a whole bunch of recycled solar panels, and the idea being trying to get people to, you want your own independent grid, you can buy these solar panels and have them running at full capacity, producing Monero for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, instead of just having this parallel solar grid for emergencies. It can be generating Monero for you. You can even use the Monero to replace weak solar panels and so on. There are options that we have with our red team hat on, as far as marketing to people who are not necessarily tech savvy, but are interested in things like prepping,
Yeah,
Awesome.
Once we have like large quantity of open source hardware, like mining nodes, as well as like open source hardware wallets, then we will have next step will be like mesh networks, as well as off-chain radio communication, like broadcasting Monero transaction through radio communication.
That's it. I wanted to make a rant about proof of stake. There was this video this week about proof of stake. Can I do it? Please.
I'm all about it. We've only been going for 4 hours. What's the harm?
So the thing is that one thing that was not mentioned is, let's say that there are two parameters. One of the parameters is the block propagation time. The block propagation time should not be so much, and let's lower it. Okay, so let's imagine the block propagation time is 0. And then there is the transaction propagation time. So let's make that 0 too. And by the way, let's make the signing, and however they choose to put the stake algorithm, I don't know how they do it, but let's say they want a block time. Every node in the staking network wants to have a block time of 10 seconds. How are they going to enforce that in these ideal abstract conditions? Every node will sleep for 10 seconds after filling the block of transactions. And my point is, we don't synchronize in consensus by sleeping. This is a war against kleptocratic cabal of demons, and there is only proof of work. That's it. If But then you are simulating time of 10 seconds by proof of work. Then what? Put the premium on some other guy and take the square root? No, stop. It is working. It is good. Turn on your miner. Waste energy, because these data centers, that's the most thing they fear, is the lack of energy. They have batteries and second supplies of power. And if you burn power for Monero, that's what I'm curious about. If in 1 year they ban Monero through the way of mining spam blocks, how long will we continue to give the other 50% of continuously mining and don't care, just continue mining?
You know, I think hopefully it's been long enough where I can't get in trouble for this, but there was let's just say a healthcare industry player. And way back in the day when you could still mine Bitcoin with like CPUs, there was a certain individual who shall not be named who was using all of the computers in the entire network of this large-scale hospital system to mine Bitcoin. And I would point out that if this became an adversarial situation, you might end up with a Fight Club scenario where like the healthcare industry's CPUs or the military industrial complex CPUs, people who rent a lot of server space might have a vested interest in allocating large swaths of their computing power as an adversary to the adversary. I remain convinced that it probably isn't going to be as simple as one player with all this computing power is going to be able to just hurl this immense amount of computing power in one specific direction.
I mean, the adoption is going to come. There will be a hockey stick on transaction volumes. Something is going to happen. It's going to be very interesting. I mean, you're the expert on Art of War.
I don't think there is an expert at the Art of War. We are all practicing.
Guys,
if anybody listening to this does not have their Nodo pre-ordered, by the way, you're missing out. I mean, the value proposition alone is amazing. Look at this. Anybody who can see the screen right now, I mean, that is a glorious piece of hardware.
Just throwing it up there. Yeah, Abdullah is very much interested in trying to expand perhaps into easy plug-and-play miners as well. I like the thinking there. Guys, I want
to be the next Bitmain.
I want to bring up what we talked about it before, but this Monero tipping, how do we get this going? Would love to get this going on Monero.
Switch to OBS
by next week.
Well, Doug, I what that thing that I sent you, and even if it's not me, I mean, I don't care if it's me. Honestly, it's a lot of time involved, as you already know. But the reason why I did that was because the entire thing was produced using OBS. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to have something that's entirely free and open source software that was producing content. You got Hundhausen now. I think that we could be doing, as a favor to you, throwing up shows and start the tipping process with at least segments of, segments that are happening at a given time or whatever. And I also like the idea of unlockable content going live as soon as it is unlocked. You remember, I don't even remember who it was that was showing us last week when I was out on the beach.
Alex and Arca.
Yeah, like it would really be awesome to have unlockable content and all of this other stuff where, like people could basically vote with their Monero what content they want to see. People could vote with their Monero what the next show is going to be about with the tipping process and so on. I mean, I can't speak for everybody else on this channel. And by the way, Rise to Liberty, I would be willing to do something for you too, or whoever. I mean, my time is limited, but I'd be more than happy to sink time and resources into trying to make it a commonplace thing that is being done, where
I'm down.
even if it's not on this show, you know, yeah, like where somebody is at least doing it actively. And then maybe Doug, I mean, you have something that's working now. I would hesitate to say just start making big changes, like, you know, use OBS instead of StreamYard and use all. I mean, because the other thing too is like you're kind of the pillar holding the Monero community's communication together, because otherwise it's going to splinter real quickly. The show is where like everybody goes, you know, so maybe like making that change here first is not necessarily the best idea. Maybe adding people who have already made that change and then slowly working your way towards stuff that other people have made work would be wise.
Well, no, I think we should be able to figure out a way to effectively add Monero tipping to this show, given that we use StreamYard. It could just be that it's happening on another screen, right? And then we just show it live.
I was thinking about that, Doug. And what about this? There are three categories. There is rants, there is jokes, and then there is poetry, perhaps spoken from a lady. I'm a sucker for female voices. and then after the show is over, we all supply a QR code with the view key, and people can just tip it, and we then at the end of the year see who won the championship or something.
That's interesting. Yeah, I was trying to implement super chats, right? So you see a comment come in, people can comment with the tip, making their comment more noticeable, and then we would display their comments as they come in on the show. Just a traditional Monero super chat, which Luke has figured out how to implement on OBS. He's been doing it for quite some time, but I'm wondering how we can bring that to this show. I think it can be done. I'm not technical enough, but if there's anybody that's interested in trying to get this off the ground and wants to help me,
well, I'm more than welcome to experiment if we need to. I'm always looking to make upgrades or try bigger and better things. So let me know. And also, you said that Luke had already gotten the tipping on his show?
Yeah, he's using OBS. He created a way to effectively do this. So it's up and running. It's not.
Oh, okay. I confused people there for a sec.
Yeah. This is Luke Smith. So yeah, anybody that wants to reach out to me.
Luke Smith, not Luke Radowski. Yeah. Luke Radowski was part of our news segment, but Luke Smith is he kind of made his name as a Linux guide guy, but he is also a philosopher who has some. Honestly, his rants are way better than his guides, and his guides are good. But if you've never checked out his channel, it's really all about his philosophies.
Well, I did reach out to Clint Russell of Liberty Lockdown, who also co-hosts with Luke Rutkowski. And they said that they would be more than interested getting some sort of crypto-based tipping going on their show, which I think would be pretty massive because they've got a pretty large following, especially over on Rumble.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's get it working on here. I'm going to try to publish it this week. And then once we have something working, and then it's like we have a tool that we could share with these other people. And
to add one more thing to the endless list of shit that we all should be doing and never have time for. Honestly, if you're already talking to Luke Radowski, I think Doug and Luke and yourself and some other people who have shows that have like a long track record of freedom content and not getting into like infighting and bullshit should have like a super show, a show of shows all as one show. Yeah, is exactly like just a whole bunch of people who already have shows should do like a show of shows that cover the topic of making shows more independent, right? Because all of you guys have the same problem, which is, well, what happens if platform or deplatforming, or what happens if like certain things that are already talked about as commonplace are all of a sudden like banned content. Like what if we all get Alex Jonesed, right? It's and another good example would be like the health ranger, or these people who have actually already dealt with the problem. And it would be cool to start on like a mainstream platform, and then as part of the whole hook of the show, after 1 hour, we're going to move over to this platform. And then after 1 hour, we're going to move over to this platform, right? And like push the audience to actually follow you across multiple platforms, so they get out of their comfort zone, right? And then make it where you can't super chat with fiat. You have to super chat with Monero. And I'd point out Health Ranger already has built into his platform tipping with Monero. Have him start with the conversation of like, this is how he did it. This is how it's been working, right? Like, but there is a really interesting show there, and if you make an event out of it, right? I'll throw in some kind of prize or whatever that you can give. We could have it where like people who have the means to do it, we can all like donate a prize to give away to the audience, or maybe a bunch of us could pull together some Monero to buy like a prize for every hour segment has like a secret prize, where at the beginning of moving to the next platform, it's like, all right, guys, this is the prize that's up for grabs. Any super chat of any amount is you being added to the lottery of getting the prize. Please don't abuse the system. It's supposed to be fun, right? Like but people who actually use the system are in. Yeah, like a fucking, PBS does those gay ass tote bags or whatever, like man purses, or but something that's not faggy, right? Like I'll give you the upper receiver of a fucking AR-15 or so. Okay, that probably might not be a good idea, but something that doesn't suck, right? Like, and I would be more than happy to contribute. I'm sure everybody on this show would be happy. I mean, look at what happens to Kunos on this show, right? Like but we could all kind of like try to work on a super show with everybody involved. Like, this is the prize at this alternative platform. This is the prize at this alternative platform, right? Like,
Doug.
And just try to move people across all the alternative platforms, know how to use them, and use the tipping. But it's also a trial run.
Go ahead,
Doug,
Matt.
do you think you could get Whitney Webb on your show? That would be lovely.
Yeah, would love that.
Oh boy.
I mean, reach
Yeah,
out.
that's how you turn the Overton window, like Doug interviewing Tim Pool or like Joe Rogan. Those will be like huge audiences.
We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. So I dropped in the chat the Matrix channel for XMR Bazaar. People jump in there if you're interested in what we're building, but also if you want to help out with this tipping thing I want to make, because conversation is starting to take place there. So anybody that wants to help take this on, please jump in there. I'm going to see what we can do this week. Maybe we could actually get something up and running by next weekend if I focus on.
Yeah, definitely. Somebody needs to reach out to Dan Dix with more clout than me. By the way, he would be like the ideal guest for something like this, but I'll leave that to somebody who actually has a name out there.
All right. But yeah, putting the word out, trying to get this up and running by next week. Anybody that wants to help out, jump into that Matrix channel, XMR Bazaar. I put the link in there. Maybe we can get it up and running by next week. I have a lot of fun ideas we could do with it once we have it functional as well. Once we have Monero tipping, super chats built into this, there'll be a lot of fun things we could do.
Well, yeah, let me know what I can do.
Will do, man. Yeah. I think my goal is to first get it up and running on our end in a usable way, and then we could easily tell other people to do the same. I imagine a lot of these guys are using StreamYard too. They might already be using OBS, and in that case, they could just use what Luke has implemented.
Yeah, I've got both, so whatever I need to do. So
awesome, man. All right. Yeah, I will. I will definitely jump in that XMR Bizarre Matrix room if you can.
Yeah. I will
chat there. Any last thoughts, guys? We are over 4 hours. We covered a lot today. We didn't successfully get our XMR to BTC or BTC to XMR atomic swaps going on Samourai. Maybe we'll try again next week. If anybody in the Samourai community wants to help us demo that next week, please don't hesitate to jump on. You don't have to show your face. Just share your screen and walk us through it, and we could talk about it.
OGs atomic swap their fiat for Monero on local Monero. Just saying.
It's true.
The original atomic swap. Anybody else? Any last words?
Bye, Monero.
All right, bye, Monero.
Mine Monero. Proof of work blockchains do scale. The fastest optic fiber line is 300 terabytes per second. Hit on the ignorant masses until morale improves.
All right. All right, everybody. We do these shows every week. Saturday, 11 a.m. Anybody that ever wants to participate, you should know how to do it at this point. Anybody can be a viewer on stage, or you could be a special guest for the week. Just hit us up, send us an email or something. You could email us at monerotopia@protonmail.com. And let me play us out. Hold on.
Bye.
Later, guys.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.
Hey, Doug, do you